Sings Liquor Store, Bonds Road, St. James, and at Mart's Liquor Palace, Diggle Martin Main Road.
These outlets only.
Draw date is this Saturday, January 24th. No further extensions.
Get your tickets now.
For more info, call the college at 622-1671 or the hotline at 491-1802.
Hello.
Welcome to Cover Star. This is Advanced Dynamics, where it all happened, the scene of the crime. For 4 days in December, this 22 by 30-foot studio turned an idea on paper into real-life reality TV. When these doors were shut behind performers, it was truth time. No audience, no applause. Just the cameras, the crew, and the ones who comment. Our mission is simple: bridge generations and genres. Jog our collective cultural memory. You're inside Cover Star, where music history meets its next voice. On WESN, the content capital.
You come in. Long time I see you. This station complete. Ready for children party. Mommy! Jay, you can't go nowhere with these children. And you know you can't depend on Kevin neither Steven to see about them. Yes, total waste. So I supposed to stay home whole time? Jada is 12. She could see about that. You just leave Jada to see about Kia and Kayla? I thought it was your mother or your sister. Who? Them always busy. Jada could handle that. She cooking and cleaning a long time. And the next two better know what time it is. It's only me, you know. I will talk to my mother. She just home these days. She will make sure the children okay. Alright. Let me see the moves for later.
Before you ramage, make sure the children okay. Call 996 to report all child abuse now. A message from the Children's Authority of Trinidad and Tobago.
They gave us the music.
I feel like home.
They gave us the memory.
Woman, you could run away too.
They gave us the rhythms of life.
Trinidad and Tobago. Join us for a special tribute to our legendary musical icons who have passed on, gone, but not forgotten.
Including Bunny, Swallow, Singing Francine, Shadow, Arrow, Maestro, Rootsman, Blacks, Sandoli, The Mighty Terror, plus lots more. Their music still lives on in our heart. An unforgettable night as we celebrate their legacy in Gone But Not Forgotten. Wednesday, February 4th at Napa and Thursday, February 5th at Sapa. Showtime both nights, 6:30 p.m. Your master of ceremonies, Sonny Bling.
Tickets $300 and $250.
Early bird tickets bought by Monday, January 26th cost $50 less.
For more info, call 732-3402. Gone but not forgotten.
Take some time for yourself or spend some time with the family at Sandy Point Village Hotel. Enjoy our various studio and suite apartments, self-contained with their own kitchenettes and Wi-Fi. We also have our famous 100-foot swimming pool and our beachfront restaurant, the Steak and Lobster Grill. And our location in Crown Point puts us near the center of activity from the nylon pool to the local nightlife. Call us and make your reservations at 639-8533, 389-2378, or email us at sandypointvillagehotel@gmail.com.
Good morning and welcome to AM Prime on WESN. I'm Naomi McNish. So this morning it's a kind of a part two conversation. Last time we spoke about foster care, and foster care provides temporary shelter and love, while adoption offers a more permanent situation for a child. The chance for a child to belong to a family for life. As we mark Adoption and Foster Care Month this September, we turn our attention to adoption and its life-changing impact. With us is Renee Neptune, the manager of the adoption unit at the Children's Authority, to unpack the process, the joys and the challenges of adoption in Trinidad and Tobago. Good morning, Ms. Neptune. Welcome to AM Prime.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Of course. So, right off the bat, what is adoption? For those of us that don't know.
Yes, there are a lot of persons who don't know what adoption is, and that we have adoption in Trinidad and Tobago. And adoption is really a permanent process. It's the transfer of parental rights from the biological parents to the persons who now want to adopt this child, and we call them the adopters. It is important to note that the relinquishment of the parental rights from the biological parents is required for an adoption to be processed. So the parents have to be in support of this adoption, and they have to relinquish their parental rights unless the court dispenses with it. And adoption provides a child with a sense of permanency, because once that adoption is granted, that child becomes a full member of the family. He or she by law takes the surname of the persons who have adopted him or her, and they are also entitled to the inheritance of that family.
Right. So I understand there are types of adoption. Now, I didn't know this before, but enlighten us.
So there are two types of adoptions, open and closed. And open is where the biological parents, as well as the persons who want to adopt this child, they know each other. They have some sort of relationship. So for example, it's like, you know, when grandparents want to adopt a child, their grandchild, or an aunt or an uncle who may be living abroad and they want to adopt their niece or nephew. That is what we refer to as the open adoption. On the other hand, the closed adoption is where the biological parents, as well as the adopters, there's no identifying information shared. They don't know each other. Once this child is given up for adoption, the persons, the biological parents, do not know who this child is going to be placed with. So that brings some sense of closure to them. And it's really two separate types, two different processes.
Yes.
And yeah.
What is the process for prospective adoptive parents, from application to approval?
Sure. So the process is very thorough. It's a thorough psychosocial screening process to determine persons' suitability to adopt a child. And I know persons may say, why does it have to be so long? Why does it have to be so thorough? But we have to remember that this is a permanent process. Adoption is permanent, and this child is going to be living with this family forever. So we want to ensure that this child is going to be placed in a safe, loving, nurturing home. The process begins by submitting an application form to us, along with the supporting documents that are listed at the end of this application form. What we have to do is conduct a home visit. A home visit, we need to check out the surroundings, make sure that the home is safe and suitable for a child to be living there. We would have to do psychological assessments to ensure that, all right, these persons are psychologically sound to care for a child. Any other family members in the household will also have to go through this process once they are 18 and over. Security background checks, you have to do medicals, all these sorts of things entail part of the process. We have to interview both parents to get their consent, to see what are their views. Once we compile all of these reports together, it is presented to our adoption committee, and based on all the findings, they will decide if these persons are suitable or not to become prospective adoptive parents.
What are some of the requirements or characteristics that an potential adoptive parent should have?
So you need to have that support because this is a whole new change. You're going to have a child in your care. We want to ensure that you have, whether it's support from family, friends, a church, neighbors, you have to have a stable living environment. So the child needs to have their space. Is there going to be privacy? What is the community like, etc.? You need to have a stable job because we want to ensure that financially you can provide for this child and receive the necessary financial support. So those are some characteristics. You also need to be selfless because adoption is a very selfless act. You're opening up your home, your heart, your family to this new individual. So we want to ensure that it's a stable, a stable environment where this child can grow and thrive.
Yes.
Yeah.
What are some of the biggest misconceptions that people have about adoption that you can clear up right now?
Sure. So persons may say that, all right, firstly, adopting an older child. Within persons who want to adopt, I can say that let's say 95% of persons want a child that's a baby. And we know and we understand that persons want a child that they can grow and nurture as their own. But the older children that might be available for adoption, some may have behavioral challenges, some may not, but we work together with the family. They also need a safe, loving, caring environment.
Yes.
They need that home, they need that support, and there's no place better than to grow up with a family. So we do encourage persons to adopt older children as well. Persons may think that there are so many children out there, why can't I get a child to adopt as yet?
Yeah.
And that is because not every child out there is a child that is a candidate for adoption, and what we call in our terms freed for adoption, and that means being available to be adopted by someone who has gone through our process and is approved and on the list. This is because a lot of times parents do not wish to relinquish their parental rights, and this happens with a lot of children in the community residences or the homes, as we may call them. A lot of times we need to do the necessary investigations to find family members, to find parents, etc., so that they can know that their child can be adopted and what are their views on relinquishing their parental rights. Sometimes when these persons are found, they may not be willing to relinquish their parental rights, and sometimes the court may not dispense with their consent because the parents don't agree to it.
Are there instances where you all would sit with the parents, and if you all see a situation where adoption is the best option and parent is not willing to relinquish those rights, would you all kind of get more involved and say, okay, this is for the best interest of the child, or do you all try not to get that much involved to, I guess, sway the parents?
So once we realize a child can be adopted, let's say, for example, they've been living in this home for most of their lives, and in the child's best interest, it's for them to live with a family, maybe there's no family members visiting, etc. Once we do our investigations and we locate these parents or these family members, we do invite them to an interview to discuss the benefits of adoption. The authorities not in the process of taking away children from families. So we do try to see first if there's any support that can be provided to these families to get the child out of that living situation and back with their family. And if that fails, we do speak to them about adoption, the possibility, the benefits of it, etc.
Yeah. Well, how do you all ensure the best match between a child and an adoptive parent?
So within the application form, there is a section called child profile, and here persons are able to select the child that they would like to have placed in their care. So for example, the age of a child, the sex, the ethnicity, etc. Those are options that persons can inform us that they would like to have. We try to match children that we have freed for adoption as close as possible with the match that they would have selected. And even if it may be different, let's say somebody wanted a girl, but there's a boy available, we do call them and have that conversation with them to see their willingness to adopt this child, or if there's any changes. Also, within the process, there's a section of interaction sessions.
Yes.
And this is a 10-week session whereby the prospective adoptive parents, they get to meet and interact with this child on a weekly basis. So we get to see that bond growing and developing and how well they interact with each other.
I wanted to know that next, because a lot of what you said just now was the physical, and I know there must be some sort of process involved in terms of getting a child comfortable with a family, because bond, and I guess if it they don't mix so much.
Correct. And it's even during this process whereby we observe and prospective adoptive parents have the opportunity to tell us, okay, this is working out well and we want to continue, or it's not working out well, because we understand, again, it's a life-changing decision that you're making.
Yes.
Sometimes you may feel, all right, I'm unable to manage this child. Maybe it's the age range. Maybe it's I don't have all that support to adopt a sibling group, etc. So we do ask persons to inform us as early as possible whilst going through this process. If you know that you do not want to continue, let us know, and we provide that support to the child as well as the prospective adoptive parents.
If there's an instance where the adoptive parents, during that 10-week period, they decide, well, no, well, we love this child and well, we would like to have this child, but the child says no. What happens then? So the rights of a child are taken into consideration, and once a child is of age, even before we start these interaction sessions, our team as well as our clinical psychologists within the authority would try to have conversations with this child to see what's their views on adoption, what's their thoughts on living with a family, because it's not just the prospective adoptive parents making a big change, it will be this child moving from whatever living situation they're in to now going to be living with a family, and we want to ensure that they're prepared for it, that they're willing to do it as well. So if a child voices their concerns that, let's say they don't want to, or maybe they're unsure of it, we have sessions to prepare them before the interaction session starts. And even if there's something that we notice during the interaction session that can help benefit this child, we would do our sessions with them as well. Right. So from the foster care conversation, we understood that foster parents get support, well, they have a line of support, and as well as from the government in terms of stipend for the child. When it comes to adoption, what kind of support is provided to the adoptive parents post-process, once everything, all the legal processes are completed? Right. So unlike foster care, adoption does not have that stipend. Once an adoption is completed, that child is solely yours. So the adopters are now responsible for the financial, emotional, spiritual, the holistic well-being of that child. However, in terms of an adoption being granted, the team does still liaise with the adopters as well as the child, because we develop such a good relationship with them throughout the process. A lot of them keep us updated. Let's say they may want some parenting tips. They may feel like they need some psychological support. We can make referrals for them to get these sorts of support. However, it's not financial support that we offer, but we do develop that relationship with them whereby they can feel free to reach out to us. Let's say they need some guidance, anything like that, we liaise with them. Can persons apply for both foster care and adoption? Yes, they can. So whether they apply for either one first, the foster care and adoption teams liaise closely together. So sometimes we might be able to share some of their documents once it has not expired. An important point to note is that, let's say persons are approved foster parents and they have children in their care, but they not want to apply for adoption, they can do that. However, they cannot apply to adopt those children who are in their care. And this is because those children may be in the process of reintegration with their families or are in foster care for a stipulated amount of time, and they are not candidates for adoption. So it's important to know that the children who are in their care, they are not applying to adopt them. They are applying as a general application for the authority to place another child with them. Right. Okay. What about what if it does not work? So after the process is done, your child has been adopted, but the family, after a certain amount of time, the family realizes, well, this is not the same child that we thought we were adopting. You know, new characteristics of this child has now been revealed, and it's just not working. Right. They're not fitting into their family anymore. Yeah. Is there anything that can be done at that point? Thankfully, we have not had that happen. Okay. I hope it doesn't happen anytime soon. And this is where building such a great relationship with our clients come in, because from the time they notice something, let's say, as you rightfully said, some different characteristics show up, etc., we do implore that they contact us, liaise with us, and we could provide that support. However, if they realize along the way it does not work out, that it's not working out
with them. They may not have the support of family members, etc. We do ask persons to get in contact with us so that we can take it from there. It just might be on a case-by-case basis, and we'll only be able to deal with it at that point in time. But get in contact with us again, and we will work with them as well as the child to provide as much support as we can.
Yeah. So in your experience, what have people said is the most difficult part about the process of adopting?
Yeah. So sometimes persons may say that the process is long, but again, it has to be a thorough process.
Yes.
Because, like we said earlier, it's a permanent process, and we want to ensure that where this child is being placed and the persons that this child is being placed with are able to adequately care for this child. So we may have sometimes persons saying the process is long, but once you submit your documents, you keep your appointment times, etc., the process goes by in a couple of months. The hardest part that we always hear is that I've been approved and on the list for so long, how can I not get a child as yet?
Yes.
And especially with persons seeing so many children in the children's homes or in the hospitals, etc., these children are not at the attention of the adoption unit because they are probably in some process where they be being reintegrated with family or at a different unit within the authority doing their necessary investigations before they reached us, and they are not candidates for adoption just yet. So we do ask persons to not go to the homes or the hospitals, looking at children that you all can possibly adopt, because we don't know what the circumstance is. We're unsure if that child can even be adopted, if the parents wish to relinquish their parental rights, etc.
Are there instances where a child is in foster care for an extended period of time and y'all were not able to contact any family members or the parents of that child, so adoption is just allowed?
Yes, there are instances. There have been about 2 instances where we would have had a child in foster care transition to adoption and have been adopted successfully. And the process by that is the foster care and adoption teams, because we work closely together, there's a stipulated time period where the foster care team would monitor interactions between family members and the child if reintegration is working out or not. And they would then possibly refer that child to the adoption team if foster care is just not working out for that child, the family is not ready, or there are no family members to care for this child. They would refer this child to adoption so that this child can be adopted, and it's in the best interest of the child.
Yes. And does the foster family get first rights or first preference on that child?
That depends on if they have submitted an application for adoption. So if it's a scenario like that, they would have to be approved and be placed on our list if they have to be considered as an option for this child. And it also depends on if they fall into the criteria for this child based on the child profile they would have selected.
Okay.
So it's on a case-by-case basis. It's not we don't have a lot of happenings with it because most of the children in foster care right now are in the process of being reintegrated with family, etc., at different levels. But it has happened on 2 occasions.
So what is the difference between the process for, if you can speak on it, the process between becoming an adoptive parent and then becoming a foster parent? Because the way you explained it just now, there's a difference in the requirements needed to foster a child and then to adopt a child.
Right. So the process itself is similar, pretty much, but because adoption is permanent, we may dig a bit deeper in our psychosocial investigations. So in terms of the living arrangements, in terms of the financial stability, in terms of the support and all these things, we may have a bit, let's say, I don't want to say tougher, but we do have our processes which might be a bit stronger than the foster care because this is permanent. However, the process itself to get approved is pretty similar, but we do take into account that foster care children might transition out of foster care. They may leave and go back to their families, but with adoption it's permanent. So we do want to ensure that that permanency is in the best interest for the child as well as the prospective adoptive parents. We want to ensure that they can provide that support and also have support for themselves.
So we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll continue on with this conversation. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
Buy
public demand, you can still get QRC3 car raffle tickets only at the following outlets in Port of Spain until Friday, 12 noon. IslandEtickets.com. At the College, Kenny Sports, Queen Street, Long Circular Mall and West Mall, Crosby St. James, Sings Liquor Store, Bonds Road, St. James, and at Mart's Liquor Palace, Digger Martin Main Road.
These outlets only.
Draw date is this Saturday, January 24th. No further extensions.
Get your tickets now.
For more info, call the College at 622-1671 or the hotline at 491-1802.
Hello.
Welcome to Cover Star. This is Advanced Dynamics, where it all happened, the scene of the crime. For 4 days in December, this 22 by 30-foot studio turned an idea on paper into real-life reality TV. When these doors were shut behind performers, it was truth time. No audience, no applause. Just the cameras, the crew, and the ones who comment. Our mission is simple. Bridge generations and genres. Jog our collective cultural memory. You're inside Cover Star, where music history meets its next voice. On WESN, the content capital.
As you come in. Long time I see you. This station complete. Ready for children party. Mommy! Jay, you can't go nowhere with these children. And you know you can't depend on Kevin neither Steven to see about them. They're total waste. So I supposed to stay on whole time? Jada is 12. She could see about that. You just leave Jada to see about Kia and Kayla. I thought it was your mother or your sister. Who? Them always busy. Jada could handle that. She cooking and cleaning a long time. And the next two, better know what time it is. It's only me, you know. I will talk to my mother. She just home these days. She will make sure the children okay. Alright. Let me see the moves for later.
Before you ramage, make sure the children okay. Call 996 to report all child abuse now. A message from the Children's Authority of Trinidad and Tobago.
Gave us the music.
I feel like home.
They gave us the memory.
Woman, you could run away too.
They gave us the rhythms of life.
Trinidad and Tobago. Join us for a special tribute to our legendary musical icons who have passed on in, gone, but not forgotten.
Including Bunny, Swallow, Singing Francine, Shadow, Arrow, Maestro, Rootsman, Blacks, Sandoli, The Mighty Terror, plus lots more. Their music still lives on in our heart. An unforgettable night as we celebrate their legacy in Gone But Not Forgotten. Wednesday, February 4th at Napa and Thursday, February 5th at Sapa. Showtime both nights, 6:30 p.m. Your master of ceremonies, Sonny Bling.
Tickets $300 and $250.
Early bird tickets bought by Monday, January 26th. Cost $50 less.
For more info, call 732-3402. Gone But Not Forgotten.
Welcome back to AM Prime this morning. So we are continuing with our conversation on adoption. The next thing I want to ask is, do you find that there is a hesitation or fear among among potential adoptive parents when adopting a child, and how would you all address that?
I can't say that there is. And it's amongst everyone who is submitting an application to adopt. You're not sure what you're going to get.
Yes.
You're not sure if this child is going to come with some sort of trauma, if you're going to be able to deal with it, if it's going to show up later on, etc. And this is why I can say that a lot of people express their interest in adopting a younger child that they can grow and nurture as their own, as opposed to adopting an older child. However, recently we've seen persons wanting to adopt older children. So I'd like to think that because of the support that we provide to our prospective adoptive parents who might be going through the process, as well as the child, in terms of ensuring that if we know that this child is a child who has a history of trauma or abuse, neglect, etc., we ensure that they have their necessary psychological support, and that, you know, they're receiving the necessary interventions, whether it be therapy, play therapy, etc., so that they can cope with whatever stressors, whatever traumas they may have experienced, so that when they are placed with a family, this, let's say, may not show up as much, or the family knows how to manage it, the child knows how to manage it on their end. And this is also, again, where that relationship with our prospective adoptive parents come in, whereby they can continue to liaise with us to provide the necessary support that might be required for themselves as well as the child.
Yes. So during that 10-week period where the adoptive family and the child gets to spend time together and build a bond or create a bond, what are some of the things that you'll look out for? Maybe the top 3 things that you really zone in on when making that decision on if they are the best fit for this child.
So we look at the readiness of the prospective adoptive parents. A lot of times, sometimes persons come in nervous, and we give them a few sessions to settle in, to know that we're not here just watching you, you know, judging you. We let them interact freely with the child, as well as have a structure so they know what they're coming with the next week. So for example, we allow persons to have, let's say, story time, or they can bring the child's favorite foods. We look to see how they interact with this child, how they may deal with, let's say, if it's a younger child and the child needs to change their diapers, etc., and they might be cranky. How do you deal with that child's emotions? How do you develop that bond with them to get them to open up to you, as well as how you open up to them, you know, not without getting angry, without being hesitant, etc. So we look at the bond and how it's developing over time, and we give them that time to develop that bond. I can also state that if the interaction sessions do need to be extended past the 10-week period, whereas we feel like we may need to observe some more, that can be done as well. And during that period, if we notice, let's say, the parents might benefit from, let's say, even marriage counseling, even parenting, we can refer them, and we have done so in the past where we would have seen that persons can benefit from this during this interaction session period. We would have made the necessary referrals for persons to obtain this additional support.
Right. What about if a child wants to contact their birth parents? What can that be arranged? Because earlier when you distinguish the open adoption and closed adoption. From my understanding, a closed adoption is no contact with the birth family at all. So in a case like that, does the child still get the opportunity to contact their birth parents if they want to later on?
Yes, so once a child by law turns the age of 18, he or she is an adult, and they can try to find their birth parents if they wish to, but they have to be at the age of 18. And according to the Adoption Act, Chapter 4603, Section 34 speaks to children who have been adopted wanting to unseal their birth records. So if they want to find their birth parents, you know, there's always that question in the back of their mind sometimes, where did I come from, etc. They can't do so. They would have to make an application to the Family Court of Trinidad and Tobago to have this done. That process is handled by the court. The court would liaise with the Registrar General, and then they would also liaise with us. I just want to add as well too, when persons want to place a child for adoption, especially in a closed case, if birth parents wish to be found or do not wish to be found later on, there is that option to inform us of that, and there's a form which they can complete indicating their name, address, etc. if they wish to be found, how this child can find them when he or she reaches of age, or if they do not wish to be found and their wishes are respected.
Wow. I can see that being very difficult for a child who wants to eventually find their birth parents and they reach that block where their parents do not want to be found. And there's absolutely nothing that can be done if that happens.
No. No, we do respect, as well as the court would respect the wishes of the biological parents.
Okay. What is the process if someone wants to give their child up for adoption?
So placing a child for adoption is a very selfless act. We do commend parents who know that, you know, financially you do not have that that support, you don't have that family support, etc., to care for your child, and you make the decision to come to us and place that child for adoption. We commend persons on that. It's a selfless act. We do advise persons, if you wish to place a child for adoption, visit us at our office. We are located at Light Pole 89, Chaguanas Main Road, and come in to have a conversation with us. If you are enrolled in your necessary clinics and there's a medical social worker, you can also inform that medical social worker of your desire to place your child for adoption, and they would send in necessary referrals to us. It is always best if both parents are available and they can come for us to interview them. So we do a number of interviews. Again, we're not in the job of taking away children from families, but if you know you are unable to care for this child and you visit us, we would have a discussion with you to see, okay, is there any support that can be provided to you before you place a child for adoption? Is there any additional family support that can be rendered to you and your child before you place a child for adoption? And we do even ask persons if they wish to consider foster care before placing a child for adoption. So visit us to have that discussion. It's on a case-by-case basis, and we would be able to guide you accordingly. But the most important thing to remember is to contact the Children's Authority, as opposed to abandoning the child somewhere, giving your child to a stranger, etc. It is very much confidential, and we would have that discussion with them.
Would you say that adoption is a last resort in terms of how the authority goes about consulting with parents? Because like you said, y'all will suggest foster care, y'all will suggest other family members, and then adoption last.
Yeah.
Right? So in the order of things, or in the grand scheme of things, is adoption, in that context, the last resort or the last option?
Yes, so we will try to see as best as possible how a child can remain with a family if it is in the best interest of the child. So, like you rightfully said, we would speak to persons about foster care, or refer them to the foster care unit. The necessary teams would conduct their investigations before placing a child back with their family members. And if all else fails, then they would recommend this child to adoption. And it's a really great option. It's giving a child a second chance at life, and it's a very selfless act when persons do decide that, hey, I can't take care of this child and I want this child to have a better life than I am having, or that, you know, that I could possibly give them. So we do implore persons to consider adoption as well.
Yeah. So looking ahead, what steps can be taken or should be taken to make adoption more accessible and better supported in Trinidad and Tobago?
So I can say, as of right now, where we have Adoption and Foster Care Awareness Month, the authority is, and we have been, and we continue to conduct sensitizations throughout Trinidad and Tobago to ensure that the word of adoption and foster care is out there, that persons, you know, there's a stigma attached to adoption, and we really want to remove that stigma, whereby both persons who place a child for adoption and persons who want to adopt may feel judged by society. So we're really embarking on that educational campaign and continuing it, where we bring about that awareness of adoption being an option, not just for persons who want to adopt, but persons to place their children for adoption rather than abandoning a child, etc. So we have been doing that, and we want to continue to amplify that message out there.
Right. Similar to I asked this about foster care, an age limit. Is there an age limit for an adoptive parent, or maximum age?
So for adoption, there is no upper age limit. However, these things are based on the discretion of the adoption committee who makes the final decisions.
Right.
So once we're doing our psychosocial investigations, the ages, all these things are noted. And when we take that case to the adoption committee, a decision will be made because we want to ensure, you know, sometimes there may be an older person and persons might want to adopt a baby, but we have to ensure that, you know, health-wise, etc., you're able to, correct, correct.
And the minimum age?
You have to be over the age of 18, which is an adult in Trinidad and Tobago.
Okay.
Additionally, persons who might want to adopt, I know persons ask who can adopt, and a single person can adopt, male or female.
I was going to ask that because I would think that, well, you all might want to place a child in a I guess an all-rounded home or a complete family home, and a single parent may not be the best or suitable environment for a child, especially a child that has gone through traumatic experiences.
But either male or female single applicant can submit an application to adopt, as well as a married couple under the laws of Trinidad and Tobago.
Are there different things that you'll look for when a single person comes to adopt in terms of their support system?
Correct.
So more they require more support system than a couple.
We want to ensure that they have that support, and not just for the child, but also for themselves. We want to ensure that persons still are able to maintain having a well-rounded lifestyle where your focus, yes, is on the child, but you are also able to have that time to distress and be able to manage this whole life-changing experience. This is a whole other human being that you're not responsible for caring for. So we want to ensure that you're emotionally, psychologically equipped, especially to care for this child.
Are there children who are waiting to be adopted, but you all do not have a family ready to place them? What happens to that child? Do they go into foster care for the temporary?
So in cases like that, those children are in the community residences or the children's homes as we call them, and they are monitored by the adoption team. So monitoring is conducted every month. Even if they are siblings and they might be in different homes, we do try to maintain that bond between the siblings. So we do face-to-face sessions with them, both in and out of the office. So we give them opportunities to visit the mall, arcades, educational facilities and stuff together. But temporarily, sometimes one or two might be in foster care until a match is available for them, but other times they are in the children's homes.
Okay. You mentioned siblings, and I think this is something people would be curious about. If a sibling, do you all try to get siblings adopted together? And obviously there are cases where someone is interested, but they don't want the pair or the trio.
So in my years of being an adoption, we do really adopt siblings together. We've always had persons wanting to adopt siblings together, and we've had a sibling group of up to 4 children being adopted at once, of different age ranges, and it was a really, really lovely thing to see and to experience. A lot of times persons want sibling groups, and it's great because we really don't like splitting them up. We've never had to split them up, but I can foresee sometimes maybe if it's in the best interest of, let's say there's one who might be aging out of the system and there's nobody for that child to go to, we might in a situation like that, but in best interest, we always have them adopted together.
Right. Currently, do you all have a pool of children waiting to be adopted?
Unfortunately, we do not have a big pool of children readily available for adoption, and this is where I want to take that opportunity to state 2 things about that. A lot of persons want babies, a child you can nurture and grow as your own. Unfortunately, persons seldom place babies for adoption, so that's why persons might find that the wait time is very long to get a child matched with them, and this is because everybody wants a child from birth to maybe 5 years old, and we really do not have that pool. It's something that we're working on, but again, we have to get the necessary consent, etc., from parents, which sometimes are not always forthcoming. Also, I do implore persons to consider adopting older children as well. They may be more readily available for adoption than a baby, which we don't really get coming our way too often. So just as these persons want to adopt babies and open their hearts and their homes to them, also give it a thought about adopting an older child who can also benefit from, getting that second chance at life.
Yeah. Yeah. So what message would you like to leave with our viewers now about adoption?
So adoption is not about finding a child for a family, it's about finding a family for a child. It's a very selfless act, and we do encourage persons to come and visit us, whether it is you want to submit an application to us or more importantly, you want to place a child for adoption. Feel free to contact us, and you can contact us at 627-0748, extensions 40023 through 40028. Send us an email at adoption@ttchildren.org, or you can visit us at the office, which is located in Shogunas, at the Children's Authority Shogunas Regional Office. And again, it's about giving that child a second chance at life, that life that they may not have had, and you can open your hearts and your homes to them.
And I think on the flip side, because I know you all are looking for persons to get more children into the system, right? So what message can you leave to persons who hesitant about giving their child up for adoption, but they absolutely need to?
There is that stigma attached, especially within our society, and we are trying to get rid of that. The adoption team, we're very confidential. If you come to us, you have that discussion with us. We are going to ensure that you feel safe, you feel comfortable, you feel welcomed to have those discussions with us to place that child for adoption. At the end of the day, it's in the best interest of the child, and we know that you all are making that decision wholeheartedly and selflessly to come to us, and we want you all to come to us. We don't want to hear or read or see in the newspaper about a child being abandoned in the hospital or somewhere. Come to us and we will have those necessary discussions.
Yeah, awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining me on the program this morning. Again, the conversation was amazing. I think we touched on all aspects. And for those of you watching, I hope this helps. I hope you now have a better understanding about foster care versus adoption. One is temporary, that being foster care, and one is permanent, that being adoption. If you are interested, you can reach out to the Children's Authority if you'd like to get more information on adoption as well as foster care. And if you yourself are deciding or contemplating whether you want to give your own child up for adoption based on your circumstances, again, reach out to the Children's Authority to do so. So again, thank you for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. All right, guys, so
by public demand, you can still get your C3 car raffle tickets only at the following outlets in Port of Spain until Friday, 12 noon. ICNTT.com. At the College, Kenny Sports, Queen Street, Long Circular Mall and West Mall, Crosby St. James, Sinks Liquor Store, Bonds Road, St. James, and at Mart's Liquor Palace, Diggle Martin Main Road.
These outlets only.
Draw date is this Saturday, January 24th. No further extensions.
Get your tickets now.
For more info, call the College at 622-1671 or the hotline at 491-1802.
In this studio in the POS, Coverstar moved from paper to real-life reality. A conversation between our musical past and the present that collided bang into the future. Coverstar, where music history meets its next voice.
Don't stop.
On WESN, the content capital.
They gave us the music.
I feel like home.
They gave us the memory.
Woman, you could run away too.
They gave us the rhythms of life.
Trinidad and Tobago. Join us for a special tribute to our legendary musical icons who have passed on, gone, but not forgotten.
Including Bunny, Swallow, Singing Francine, Shadow, Arrow, Maestro, Rootsman, Blacks, Sandoli, The Mighty Terror, plus lots more. Their music still lives on in our heart. An unforgettable night as we celebrate their legacy in Gone But Not Forgotten. Wednesday, February 4th at Napa and Thursday, February 5th at Sapa. Showtime both nights, 6:30 p.m. Your master of ceremonies, Sonny Bling.
Tickets $300 and $250.
Early bird tickets bought by Monday, January 26th cost $50 less.
For more info, call 732-3402. Gone but not forgotten.
As you come in. Long time I see you. This station complete. Ready for children party. Mommy! Jay, you can't go nowhere with these children. And you know you can't depend on Kevin neither Steven to see about them. Yeah, total waste. So I supposed to stay home the whole time? Jada is 12. She could see about that. You just leave Jada to see about Kia and Kayla. I thought it's your mother or your sister. Who? Them always busy. Jada could handle that. She cooking and cleaning a long time. And the next two better know what time it is. It's only me, you know. I will talk to my mother. She just home these days. She will make sure the children okay. Alright. Let me see the moves for later.
Before your Ramajé, make sure the children okay. Call 996 to report all child abuse now. A message from the Children's Authority of Trinidad and Tobago.
Maybe he landed here totally by coincidence. But if by chance he's admiring your fresh coat of Benjamin Moore soft sky blue, well, that's a pretty high compliment. Coming from an expert.
Our award-winning show is back, and this season promises to be even more exciting than before. What's Up, Doc isn't just a title, it's a call to action for anyone who wants to improve their health and well-being. Join us on this thrilling ride towards better health on WESN Content Capital.
This is Face of Sports, WESN Content Capital. How you felt about the kiss on the lip?
That's the business. I'm not to do with that.
I find that was distasteful.
The national senior team, whether you like it or not, that is the model for all other teams to follow.
I'm assuming that the regional requirement may be a much stricter requirement.
This is not about Pro League and Super League. This is a league run by the Normalization Committee that I'm responsible for.
Nobody expected FIFA to fund this arrangement.
If we don't get a professional attitude towards this, we are doomed for failure.
You break a balance, trip the leg, control the body.
They ain't gonna stand put forever.
Why you want the Chiefs to lose so? Why you want the Chiefs to lose so?
They already have two. Lamar don't
Why?
have.
You're jealous because you know the Chiefs getting closer to the Patriots. Let's go to the last part.
No.
Let's go to the last part.
This is 10 Questions. I'm Andy Johnson. The distance from where we should be in the world in going forward and our commitments with climate change.
The effects of climate change that cannot be accounted for. It's called loss and damage, and we're seeing loss and damage happening so much more in this decade and the previous decade.
The principal term there was this question of the correspondent banking issues.
That is why we're trying to build capacity with this country here, Trinidad and Tobago, and other countries in the region.
Man is not showing any signs of stopping or even slowing down. More than half of the forest in Trinidad is already gone.
All the plants and all the animals and all of the nice clean water and fresh air and everything had to be on this planet for humanity to have a chance.
We have small change when it comes to countries that can take decisions, and when they speak, the world listens.
The General Assembly is a very democratic forum. And Trinidad and Tobago has the same vote as Canada, in spite of the obvious difference in size.
You are watching Strictly Legal on WESN Content Capital. Just give an overview of what exactly is that split arrangement.
Now you don't need to register nothing. We can do that another time. But then it becomes a hit, and then everybody starts to want to claim.
The laws that predate
many of the independent countries' constitutions are going to be those colonial laws.
We know there are an infinite amount of circumstances that would lead to a murder.
I have a great idea and, you know, I have a great concept, but until it's actually expressed, it does not become intellectual property.
Accomplishments or targets of a forensic accountant is to quantify what may have been lost.
We believe we're different criminals and we manipulated the law and we're exploiting the system.
A responsible journalist will reach out to the person who they have the information on for a comment.
Welcome back to AM Prime this morning. So we're jumping into another conversation. We're honored to welcome two distinguished guests, the German ambassador to Trinidad and Tobago, His Excellency Dr. Christoph Eick, and the French ambassador, His Excellency Mr. Guillaume Pey. They join us in celebration of the 63rd anniversary of the Élysée Treaty, a historic agreement that strengthened friendship and cooperation between France and Germany after World War II. To mark this occasion, both embassies are hosting a free classical concert at Napa featuring the Trinidad and Tobago National Philharmonic Orchestra. Good morning, gentlemen, and welcome to AM Prime.
Good morning, good morning.
Thank you so much for coming on this morning. Before we get into talking about the concert, just for our viewers who may not be familiar with what the Élysée Treaty is, can you just talk about it and why is it still so significant 63 years later?
Well, it was a big historical occasion that 63 years ago, this day, this very day, Germany and France signed this first big friendship and cooperation treaty after the Second World War. Our two countries that had been at war during the Second World War and had also a difficult relationship at times, two neighbors that had been fighting many wars in the past and that came together in a sign of friendship, reconciliation, and building a future, building Europe, building bonds between our two nations that have lasted until today. So to celebrate this, we, both embassies, have this free concert, and we celebrate all over the world, not only in Trinidad and Tobago, this friendship, which we hope is also a sign to others that something like, that adversaries can become friends after the disputes.
Yeah, right. So as you said that, now why is it important for this treaty to be celebrated or to be acknowledged, not just in Germany or France, but, as you mentioned, just to show unity. But here in Trinidad and Tobago, have you guys seen any sort of, anything specific to it being celebrated here?
Well, first, it's important for us.
Yes.
As Christophe was saying, we had been, if not at war, on difficult terms for decades. And at the beginning of the 60s, our two head of states, Charles de Gaulle and Konrad Adenauer, decided to really turn a page and to build a future of peace and cooperation. Yeah. 63 years later, we are still working hand in hand here in Trinidad and all over the world, and in Europe in particular, which we are building. So for us, it's very important because it's changed the lives of our country and our perspectives. But I think it's a message also for many countries, not specifically for Trinidad, but for many countries to say, you can go through difficult times, you can go through adversaries, you can go through, but it's also possible to build a future of peace. We have done it. Other countries have done it, and other countries need to do it in those days. Yes. So yeah, this message is a powerful message. It's a strong message, and we're happy to share it here and everywhere.
Now, you've chosen music and this free public concert as a way to celebrate. Why did you feel that fit best?
Well, music is so important in this country. I mean, it's the carnival season, but not only Carnival, you have this fantastic Philharmonic Orchestra of Trinidad and Tobago, which is pretty unique in the region. You have the NAPA, a wonderful facility, and we have to thank NAPA and the Ministry of Culture for having facilitated this concert. So, you know, people come together in music. People come together to the Panyards. They go to concerts. They go to fetes. So this is, you know, also a way to celebrate friendship. So that's what we are doing, and we are looking forward to having as many viewers, listeners as possible.
Yes. Yeah. Now, as a diplomatic tool, why is culture so important?
Yeah, I mean, culture is about sharing visions. Mm-hmm. It's about sharing a view of the world. It's about also getting together, understanding other people. Mm-hmm. So music, literature, any kind of human exchange, any kind of moment in which you can get people to get together and to share and to understand and to discover difference is good moments. Here, as Christophe said, Trinidad is a powerhouse in music, so we're happy to do it in music. But in other countries, it can be dance. Yes. It can be exchanges with schools. France and Germany have many programs of exchange of students, pupils, that learn the language of each other country and that learn to know each other. So I think, yeah, the main idea is getting moments where people who are different get together and share a moment, share a vision. And this is what we're hoping to do tonight with an audience which is very strong and sensitive to music.
Yes. Now, the concert is, it's by the Philharmonic Orchestra. This is conducted by Dr. Roger J. Henry. What can audiences expect? What more can audiences expect from this concert?
Well, we will have composers, French composer, Maurice Ravel. We're going to have German-speaking composers, Mozart and Schubert, who actually were Austrian, but have been adopted by Germans. So we consider them our own composers, really. And we will have also composers from the region, which is also interesting for the audience, and I'm sure they're looking forward to hearing composers from Guadeloupe and from Haiti. And some of that music actually has come into the calypso. So it's a lovely, it's different. Music is different, of course, than the soca that you're hearing, but it's still, it ties in very well with what is happening.
Yeah, yes. There's going to be a lot of cross in culture.
Exactly, and the Philharmonic Orchestra is very good. Dr. Henry, they have been very good in actually performing soca and calypso with classical instruments. Mm-hmm. So I think we can expect some great music tonight, and they're so committed, and we've been working together with them. Right. So it's a wonderful occasion.
Yeah. Now, you would have mentioned before that this treaty is a good representation to other countries around the world. What lessons can these other countries learn from the France-Germany relationship when looking at what you guys have done in the past 63 years?
200 years ago, France was invading Germany, and then 100 years ago, Germany was invading France. So we were trying to eat up each other's countries and dominate. And today, we understood that really building a future hand in hand in the respect of each other, of differences, but also many similarities between us, is not only easier, but also more productive for everybody. Our two countries are prosperous countries. The times are not easy today, but we have built very strong economies, very strong societies, and we are building together a very strong Europe. Mm-hmm. So it's a message of cooperation, of saying that, yes, we have an example of two countries with different languages, different histories, who have set themselves on the same track and who are building for their people and their societies a very prosperous future. And I think this is an interesting message. The world nowadays is a bit brutal sometimes, and we believe that it's actually through cooperation, friendship, and common projects that you can build a better world for everybody.
Right. Now, on a personal level, and I think each of you can answer this, so we can start with Dr. Ike. What does the anniversary mean to you? Not just as a diplomat, but as somebody, from Germany, representing your country this day?
Well, actually, the treaty means quite a bit for me personally, because I was actually born in France. I was born on the other side of the border, so to speak, in a region that has been heavily disputed between France and Germany for centuries, in Alsace. And the Élysée Treaty was actually signed in Alsace just 2 or 3 years after I was born. And my mother was French and my father was German. And for them to come together was actually also a sign of the friendship and the will to cooperate, the two countries cooperating. So for me personally, it does mean more than a piece of paper, and it's the basis on which our two embassies, our two countries work together on a daily basis.
Gotcha.
Yeah, to me also a lot differently. But for example, as we are talking of music, France, we are very proud of our own culture and what we produce. But not the national, but the anthem of Europe is a piece by Beethoven, which is a German composer. And I feel so comfortable with that. It's not a French composer, but it's such a universal composer from our neighbors that brings up a music that represents things that I feel very comfortable with. So as an example, I'm part of Europe, and I'm very, very comfortable with the idea that it's it's a German composer that made the anthem of Europe. And maybe also another personal memory. I was born a bit later than the Élysée Treaty, but I was 20 years old when the Berlin Wall fell in Germany, and it was meaningful to me. I was in Paris. I took my little car and I raced to Berlin, 2 days drive, to go and see history happening, which was not only the history of Germany, but the history of Europe and of myself, which is breaking borders and enlarging an area of prosperity in Europe. So hand in hand, we are stronger. Hand in hand, we have youth that meet each other, know each other, and what has been built in those 63 years is a very nice, very, 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 I think, very positive, again, message in this world.
Now, has this relationship had any effect at all on Trinidad and Tobago's relationship with the European countries?
Well, I hope it has had a positive effect. I hope that the fact that we have these two embassies here in Trinidad and Tobago, that we have a European Union delegation, we have a Spanish embassy, we have a Dutch embassy, that this has brought Trinidad and Tobago closer to Europe and to our countries. There have been mutual engagements with Trinidad and Tobago and with the region. You have in the Caribbean, you have CARICOM as an organization. We have the European Union, we have the Council of Europe. So there are points where we meet each other and where we can have exchanges.
And in reverse, you have many people from France and Germany who like coming here. We saw recently the figures of the tourists visiting Trinidad and Tobago, and German tourists and French tourists are very high on the list because, yeah, we are two countries who are comfortable with looking out at the outside world and looking out at differences. And Trinidad is a place which my citizens and Christophe's citizens like to come, discover a different cultural experience, discover a beautiful country which has a lot to offer. So yeah, I think there are exchanges between our two regions of the world, and we do have a lot of to learn from each other.
Now, this concert, is this the first of its kind that you guys are putting on in celebration, or is this something done annually to celebrate?
Well, it has become somewhat of a tradition that we are celebrating the Elysee Treaty with a classical concert at Napa. I think it's the fourth time that we do it. So after COVID, we've had this on an annual basis, and this is fantastic. You have this facility. We are allowed to use it to the benefit of everybody. So it's a great form of friendship also, and cooperation between Trinidad and Tobago and Germany and France.
Yeah. Now, we will begin to wrap up shortly, but when people leave the concert, audiences leave the concert, what do you hope that they take with them upon exiting?
Well, first, they should be very proud, I think, of having a philharmonic orchestra. It's almost the only one in the region, as far as I know. It means bringing to the audience great classical music that can come from all over the world. Tonight, we will feature German, French, but also Caribbean composers. And I think a philharmonic orchestra, shows that there is a level of cultural development, a level also of professionals capable of performing high-quality music. So you have all the world of pan, which is exceptional in Trinidad, but the fact that Trinidad is a philharmonic orchestra really, I think, is a very big asset for its cultural, power in the region. So I think this is really the first takeaway is remembering that aside from all the great music that we hear in the Carnival, there's also a space for this high-level music here in Trinidad.
Yes, I agree. No, and I personally love classical music, so this is something that, and many Trinidadians as well, I think we don't pay enough attention to our Philharmonic Orchestra, unfortunately. But it's nice to see, you guys supporting it fully.
We understand that tonight it's going to be full, so it means that more than 1,000 people are gonna pay attention. There are still a few seats for those who are interested, but so we understand there is an interest for that. Classical music is very interesting because it's the grammar of music. A lot of whatever is produced and created today proceeds from this great core grammar that has been created for centuries. And for example, we are featuring tonight one of Mozart's symphonies, which is one of the most well-known tunes for everybody in the world. Any Trinidadian, if you play a little piece, they will say, yes, I know this. So I think it's interesting and important to refer to those great composers who have invented so much for culture and music in the world.
Now, for persons watching who would like to attend, how can they go about doing so?
Well, persons who were interested were able to go to Napa to the box office and get tickets. I hear that there are no more tickets at the box office, but as Ambassador Pierre said, if people come to the concert, which starts at 6:30, if you come, let's say at 6 o'clock and so on, we are pretty confident that there will be tickets for you to have, and it's a free concert, so you don't have to pay.
Right. So you just come to the box office.
You come to the box office or to the door, and somehow we will try to fit you in.
Speaking classical music, Schubert, one of the most famous French composers, Ravel, with the famous Bolero, and also pieces from the Caribbean composers. So it's a nice mix.
Yes.
I think, we believe, and I understand there will be a little bit of pan here and there also to have a Trinidadian touch. So it should be a very beautiful evening.
Oh, sounds lovely. Sounds lovely. Thank you, gentlemen. for joining me on the program this morning and sharing this and just teaching us a little bit about the Élysée Treaty, which, thank you, Ambassador Guillaume, for giving me the pronunciation of the word before we started the interview. Now, again, happy anniversary and congratulations to you both on 63 years of this treaty for your countries. And I think the concert will be a hit.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
We're sure about it.
You're welcome.
Yes.
All right, guys, so we are going to take a quick break now. Stay with me and we will be right back.
By public demand, you can still get your C3 car raffle tickets only at the following outlets in Port of Spain until Friday, 12 noon. IslandEtickets.com. At the College, Kenny Sports, Queen Street, Long Circular Mall and West Mall, Crosby St. James, Sings Liquor Store, Bonds Road, St. James, and at Mart's Liquor Palace, Digger Martin Main Road.
These outlets only.
Draw date is this Saturday, January 24th. No further extensions.
Get your tickets now.
For more info, call the College at 622-1671 or the hotline at 491-1802.
Hello.
Welcome to Cover Star. This is Advanced Dynamics, where it all happened, the scene of the crime. For 4 days in December, this 22 by 30-foot studio turned an idea on paper into real-life reality TV. When these doors were shut behind performers, it was truth time. No audience, no applause. Just the cameras, the crew, and the ones who comment. Our mission is simple. Bridge generations and genres. Jog our collective cultural memory. You're inside Cover Star, where music history meets its next voice. On WESN, the content capital.
As you come in. Long time I see you. This station complete. Ready for children party. Mommy! Jay, you can't go nowhere with these children. And you know you can't depend on Kevin neither Steven to see about them. They're total waste. So I supposed to stay home whole time? Jada is 12. She could see about that. You just leave Jada to see about Kia and Kayla. I thought it's your mother or your sister. Who? Them always busy. Jada could handle that. She cooking and cleaning a long time. And the next two better know what time it is. It's only me, you know. I will talk to my mother. She just home these days. She will make sure the children okay. Alright. Let me see the moves for later.
Before you ramage, make sure the children okay. Call 996 to report all child abuse now. A message from the Children's Authority of Trinidad and Tobago.
Gave us the music.
I feel like home.
They gave us the memory.
Woman, you could run away too.
They gave us the rhythms of life. Trinidad and Tobago. Join us for a special tribute to our legendary musical icons who have passed on, gone, but not forgotten.
Including Bunny, Swallow, Singing Francine, Shadow, Arrow, Maestro, Rootsman, Blacks, Sandoli, The Mighty Terror, plus lots more. Their music still lives on in our heart. An unforgettable night as we celebrate their legacy in Gone, but Not Forgotten. Wednesday, February 4th at Napa and Thursday, February 5th at Sapa. Showtime both nights, 6:30 p.m. Your master of ceremonies, Sonny Bling.
Tickets $300 and $250.
Early bird tickets bought by Monday, January 26th cost $50 less.
For more info, call 732-3402. Gone, but not forgotten.
Pastor J, I want to get a tattoo.
You really
respond
want
to me. Respond to me how you would respond to me.
The first question I'll ask is why?
Controversial taboo topics.
We get so consumed by church, we forget that we have to live the life of being a Christian outside of the Sunday.
Like you say,
services.
we think going to a service makes us a Christian.
Exactly.
Yeah. Right. So we are about to hear the second time Pastor J wanted to take a tattoo.
Would have been late last year and early this year.
Oh gosh.
Hope Unfiltered podcast with Pastor J and Ren.
Knowing how to tell authentic is as easy as 1, 2, 3. Find it, match it, search it. Step 1. Find the style number on the tag. Step 2. Match the style number inside the jersey with the number on the tag. Step 3. Search it. A quick Google search of the style number will verify the jersey is authentic when the search results match the jersey being searched. Don't be fooled by counterfeit jerseys. Before you buy, remember to find it, match it, search it.
Fan Zone, 2 locations nationwide. Center City Mall, Chaguanas and Movietown, Port of Spain. Nationwide delivery available.
You are watching Strictly Legal on WESN Content Capital. Just give an overview of what exactly is that split arrangement.
In the studio, now you don't need to register nothing. We can do that another time. But then it becomes a hit. And then everybody starts to want to claim.
The laws that predate many of the independent countries' constitutions are going to be those colonial laws.
We know there are an infinite amount of circumstances that would lead to a murder.
I have a great idea and I have a great concept, but until it's actually expressed, it does not become intellectual property.
Accomplishments or targets of a forensic accountant is to quantify what may have been lost.
We believe we defend criminals and we manipulated the law and we exploiting the system.
A responsible journalist will reach out to the person who they have the information on for a comment.
Welcome back to AM Prime this morning. So our last conversation for the morning, we are getting into one that I think can resonate with a lot of young viewers out there. LinkedIn is often seen as just an online resume, but for many professionals, it has become a powerful tool for building a career, attracting opportunities, and connecting on a global scale. So this morning, we are joined by Antonio Prescott, who has first-hand experience using LinkedIn strategically to unlock job opportunities, and he'll be sharing his practical insights on how professionals, especially here in the Caribbean, can leverage the platform to grow, get noticed, and position themselves for success. Good morning, Antonio.
Good morning to you.
Welcome to AM Prime.
Thank you.
So, let's set the scene for the conversation. For those who may not know you, can you tell us a little bit about your professional journey and how LinkedIn became part of your success story?
Okay, so it started, my deceased father friend told me, Antonio, a lady is selling a vehicle at a reasonable price. So I went to see this vehicle. It was like, let's say, 15, 18 years ago. This vehicle was a Nissan B13 vehicle. lady at that point in time was selling the vehicle for $10,000. That was an unbelievable price. So the vehicle, the body of the vehicle looked great. The engine needed 1 or 2 work on it. And I purchased that vehicle, maybe spent about $2,000 to fix the vehicle, and was able to sell that vehicle for $24,000. And since from then, sales has just been something that I just keep on trying to sell something. I was selling women clothes pre-COVID and catering for persons who go into boat rides, who go into more like events that every weekend I will get X amount of sales. So COVID came, I had to pivot, and that way I started really focusing on sales training. So I got an opportunity with CTS to be interviewed to be a lecturer, and I was successful. And since COVID time, let's say 2019 to now, I've been lecturing at CTS College, Sales and Marketing Certificate course. And it has been excellent thus far. LinkedIn is a platform that people utilize for job opportunities. From before myself, I used to utilize Caribbean Jobs, Job City. But what I have seen differently is that you are able now to focus on an international market. So we know that jobs are very difficult to obtain in our local market based on economic difficulties and so forth. So the opportunity is there. It's just to understand how to use the platform. A lot of people on LinkedIn, but what are you doing on LinkedIn?
And that's true. But I think personally, at a point in time, I was using LinkedIn, but I had no clue how to use it because the platform itself is really not just to upload your CV, but there's a lot more that you can do on the platform. Now, many people in the Caribbean see LinkedIn as you know, just that, and they don't necessarily understand how wide or how broad the platform actually is. So what do you think they're getting wrong about the platform then?
The getting wrong about the platform is that people are seeing so many professionals on the platform, seeing persons with a degree, their masters, and feeling that I cannot post on LinkedIn because I'm not professional as them. Once you get away that stigma from yourself, you realize that LinkedIn welcoming you. You may go on TikTok, you may go on Instagram, you may post something. People may have negative comments, but on LinkedIn is a supportive platform where persons really help you, connect with you, and show you a different light. And that's the reason why it is that I love this platform, because many of the opportunities I've gotten, I've trained companies locally, internationally, like the US, UK, Pakistan, India, you name it, through LinkedIn, because I may not be able to go to all the networking events, maybe that Trinidad and Tobago Chamber of Commerce have maybe 1,000 or 1,200 just to go to the event, but I could go on LinkedIn and connect with the CEO of Republic Bank. I could connect with the CEO of Amazon per se. Send a message. If they reply, so be it, and you could have a communication virtually per se. So that is the opportunity that LinkedIn has. It's not something just locally, but it's something globally, and you can connect with persons for free.
Right. And LinkedIn is labeled as a social media platform, which again, I think a lot of people don't know that.
That's the thing, because the fear factor.
Yes. Now, from your own experience, what kinds of opportunities have come directly from being active on LinkedIn? You would have mentioned a few just now, like communicating with people you would normally get a chance to communicate with on a normal basis. What other opportunities can we see coming out of LinkedIn?
Okay, so personally, I could talk from experience. I got headhunted from a company in Panama, Iowa. So I'm working with them. It's a regional position where I focus entirely on the Caribbean. So Iowa sells home appliances, small appliances, TV, television, and so forth. So it just goes to show you that the opportunity is there. And it's not being paid in TT because Panama is basically 1 Balboa to 1 USD. So it's USD. The job is flexible, so I do my other stuff as well. So talking from experience, look at that opportunity there. And we know we have a Forex situation in the country. So basically, I'm able now to alleviate that situation by focusing on connecting with a company that is not within Trinidad and Tobago market.
Right. LinkedIn is something that people, it's not just you looking for jobs, but businesses can also look for you.
Correct. So besides job opportunities, I being in sales, I could also utilize LinkedIn for prospecting. So next week, I supposed to go to Belize, and I connected with someone in Belize through LinkedIn. So we have that meeting next week. So imagine that going to a country before actually being in the country, you could connect with someone and have that meetup that you could be able to see that person in real and have a conversation and build an ongoing professional relationship.
Right. Now, when it comes to sales, as you mentioned, you are heavily involved in that realm.
Yeah.
How have you used LinkedIn to push that? What aspect of the platform itself helps you in the realm of sales?
Great question. So persons who on LinkedIn may not understand that it have Sales Navigator. You pay $100 USD for it, but it makes sense. So Sales Navigator, you are able now, it's LinkedIn, but it's just a separate interface. And when it says Navigator, you are able to see persons who have been updating in terms of their position, because on LinkedIn you may get notifications, but you actually get those persons who we are prospecting to. You are getting to see persons who have changed jobs within 90-day period. You are able to download leads compared to going to a lead agency and trying to pay for it to get qualified leads, because getting leads is one thing, but you want to get leads who are interested in your business, your ideal customer profile. So with utilizing Sales Navigator, I'm able to pinpoint exactly who I'm looking to target with, and even if I'm not connected with them, you are given 50 in-mails, meaning that you could message them directly. So it's like this, right? You could use Apollo and extract emails from persons on LinkedIn, but when you send them an email, they don't know you.
Yeah.
But the chances of they replying to you on LinkedIn makes more sense because they are seeing a real person, a profile. So I would say it makes more sense messaging someone on LinkedIn, prospecting, than email, unless it is they approve and give you their email address.
Yes. Now, if someone signs up for LinkedIn today, what are the first 3 things that you would recommend they do to set up their profile properly to get the best out of it?
You need to have a professional picture because it's a professional platform. And some people, they have their picture, but it's not public. Yeah. It may be just for friends. So when somebody connecting with you new, they wouldn't see your picture. So you need to have your professional picture public, and also it have something which is rectangular, that's your banner. Remember, when someone lands on your profile, they want to see and be amused as to your profile. So your picture and your banner itself is where you go in and really, I would say, curtail it in such a way that persons now could be enticed to want to understand more about your profile. So your banner and your profile is basically where someone sees and say, well, okay, let me scroll down. After that now, your LinkedIn headline, which is what you do. Because when it is that you put your LinkedIn headline exactly what you do, and not about putting MBA candidate or MBA graduate. Qualifications is one thing. When you go to a job, and you get the position based on qualifications, and the director of the company, after 6 months, assess and seeing that you cannot be profitable to the organization, you will be retrenched. So you want to put exactly what it is that you do and what sort of asset that you could be to the company. Your about section is about you, how you started your journey, how you started in sales, maybe how you can help people, success stories, and also to how people can connect with you. And that's the most important. You have experience where jobs that you maybe worked and presently right now in your educational background. Once you have that, then after you could curtail stuff as time go by, but that's the foundation of a LinkedIn profile.
Right. Now on the flip side, what have you seen as some of the biggest mistakes that people make on the platform?
Some of the mistakes I see people make on the platform is that they just have a LinkedIn profile and it's dormant.
Right.
If it is that you're on LinkedIn, you at least want to post at least 1-2 times per week to show person that you're active, and that will help LinkedIn to send your profile to prospect and also ideal clients that you may want to connect with, because if you are dormant, then after LinkedIn wouldn't push your profile. So being on LinkedIn is one thing, but being active is another.
Right. Now, just to get put it into context for people, or maybe simplify it, the having a LinkedIn profile, it comes as though you are selling yourself.
Definitely.
Right? So just expand on that, because I want to just simplify it in the best way possible for the viewers.
So awesome question. What I would say is that applying for jobs, doing up a resume is one thing, but what I see internationally is that companies now asking for your LinkedIn profile. And why is that? Your LinkedIn profile is your digital resume. A lot of people don't understand that once you're on LinkedIn, if you Google yourself, you will see your LinkedIn profile showing up. So if your LinkedIn profile is your digital resume, which if I'm a recruiter and you're a candidate, I could assess you more based on your profile than your resume, because I see your picture, I see what you post, I see how it is that you think of a person. So LinkedIn, you could do posts like articles, you could do video posts, you could do type-based posts. So when it is you doing these different type of posts, I could understand you better as an individual. So internationally, companies looking at your LinkedIn profile rather than your actual resume, because someone could write a resume for you and they don't necessarily have to be the type of individual that you are.
Right.
Based on the resume.
Right. Now, if there are persons who are maybe introverted and they're not quite social media savvy, or they personally don't want to, you know, put themselves out there too much, yet they still want to succeed on the platform. They still want, maybe they're looking for a job or they have a business and they're looking for people to come their way. But how can they succeed on the platform without being too active? Or is there a way to do that?
Well, for myself, I try to post at least 3-4 times a week. Someone new may not be able to post 3-4 times a week, but at least you want to post maybe once a week. You don't necessarily have to post video content because you may be fearful of video. So you could start off with type-based, because typing is basically simple.
Yes.
And you can maybe do carousels as well too. So you want to focus on just getting out there and providing some sort of content.
Yes.
Yes, it might be difficult, but at the end of the day in this life, once it is you want something, you need to work on it. Just like an interview, because going to many interviews and not being prepared, you are going to fail.
Yes.
You know, so I could understand some persons are introvert, they may not be extrovert per se, but you need to start somewhere, and that way to start is maybe at least a type post once per week.
Right. Now, what types of jobs are currently most accessible on LinkedIn, if you can speak on that?
Everything. LinkedIn is the powerhouse to the world. Like, as a sales professional, if you are not utilizing LinkedIn as a tool, you will fail. You cannot just utilize email marketing, because some persons, they will see an email, I do not know you, I'm not going to respond to that email. But on LinkedIn, you having that professional picture, that banner, at least you are a real individual, because in sales, people buy from people, as they say, quote unquote, who they like and trust.
Right.
You know, so that's why I wrote this book, which is Sales is Like Dating, because at the end of the day, some people may not understand sales. All of us are in sales. At the end of the day, when it is that you have to let your child get up each day to go to school, you have to sell to your child as to why they should get up each day to go to school, to get an education, to go and work. So when it is now that parent become old, the child now could basically maintain that parent, care for them, and so forth. So we all are in sales regardless, we don't like it or not.
Right. Now, as you mentioned the book already, tell us a little bit about, you know, why you created the book, what it's about, just a quick run through.
I created the book because, as I mentioned, all of us are in sales, and all of us either dated or dating presently, so it's easily to correlate. So if you don't understand sales, you'll understand dating. So before you date someone, you have to do your research. Before you prospect a company, you have to do your research. When it is that you have an actual dated self, you have to know how you're going to present to that person. So when you actually have an appointment, you have to know how you're going to present to that prospect.
And first
so
impression is everything.
Is everything. You know, so it makes sense. And at the end of the day, your content, your message has to be relatable for persons to understand in layman terms.
Right. What is one of the, I don't want to sell out the book too much, but
no problem.
One of the most important points that you can take out of what you've written in that book?
Selling is ethical. So for example, I posted on LinkedIn how to sell a pen. And someone commented and said, you think you are the Wolf of Wall Street. But if persons watch a movie, Wolf of Wall Street, that individual sell unethically. He sold to persons that they would receive X amount returns if it is that they invest into his company.
Right.
And that is not the way how you sell. You have to sell ethically, honest, and be transparent. And I think that some persons don't understand that it's very important, because it's not about just gaining a big customer, but it's about maintaining the aftercare service. So this book is really guide persons as to how to sell ethically in a world that is just so busy that persons just trying to gain a buck, and it's not about that.
Yeah. Where can persons find that book?
So this book is on Amazon presently. And you could also get it at Scribbles and Quills, which is in Chaguanas Gaston Street. And other few bookstores I'm trying to reach out to, like Sharon's and Mohammed's and so forth, but in the process, because the year now starts, so they said that they would reach out to me to confirm about the book being on the shelves. But Amazon and Scribbles and Quills, you'll get that presently.
Awesome. Now, just before we close this conversation, which I'm very much enjoying, by the way. Having a profile on LinkedIn, I don't want people to feel as though, well, you know, I'm currently, or maybe I'm too old right now. Makes no sense for me to have this LinkedIn account, or I'm too young. What is that, would you say, recommend that age limit or minimum age?
For someone to be on LinkedIn is a reason why.
Right.
You know, you're not being on LinkedIn and you just been on LinkedIn because everyone has been on LinkedIn. So if you could be 18 years and you started off on LinkedIn, that is great, because you may not be in the employment world as yet, but you are showing headhunters, recruiters, that you have that capability, and when that time comes, look at me.
Yeah.
And someone who may be a bit older than usual, at the end of the day, if you really want to keep a professional network, if it is you about all networking, that's the place to be, because business people is the ones who run the world. So if it is you really want to focus on that professional development, definitely you want to network on LinkedIn as an older individual. You may not be looking for employment, but you're just looking for, you know, maybe reaching out to someone, having a cup of coffee and having a conversation, and not sure where to lie. It may go to some way that professionally, or it could be just a professional relationship per se. So,
what is the simplest thing that someone can do on LinkedIn to push their professional look on the platform?
Okay, as I mentioned, content. Content for me is king. For you, as a female, is queen. Because once you post content out there, for example, someone who's looking for a job opportunity, you may be thinking, I should apply to all these jobs on LinkedIn, but not necessarily so, because success is something not what you seek, but what you attract. So what you want to do, let's say you want to work in the automotive industry. You want to post content in the automotive industry, what it is that you know about, and maybe you see some pitfalls and you present some strategies, and you know by just doing that, it have headhunters in the automotive industry will be like, but you know a lot, let me reach out to you, and boom, you get an opportunity as for interview. And then you go to interview, be successful, you get a job. So it's what it is that you attract. And if you really want an opportunity in a particular industry, focus on the industry, focus on providing content in that industry, and someone will reach out to you.
And to a point, it really does make sense, because when other professionals are maybe scouring through LinkedIn, it comes like, it's your social media profile.
Correct.
And we see you, we can assess you, and then we can decide whether we want to go further, right? So that profile, I can see it being very vital to, if you're looking for a job, if you're looking for just to build connections with other people that may be in the same field and other fields of work.
I would say this blatantly. Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, I'm on those platforms. It don't make money for me. LinkedIn is 90% of my earnings. Not bashing those other platforms, it's just for like social proof. But LinkedIn is where I connect with all the business professionals. You know, so
understandable. Now, if our viewers can take one thing or remember one thing from this conversation, what would you want that to be?
Stop living in fear, because it have great people who are 6 foot under and was never able to live their dream. Go on LinkedIn, post. If it is you are posting 1 per week, just try it, but do not live in fear and do not study about what someone will say. The more negative comments you get, goes to show you that you are doing something good in life. And that is my message.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you very much,
You're most
Mr.
welcome.
Prescott, for coming on this morning and having this conversation. I think, I honestly did not think LinkedIn was that big of a deal.
Understood.
I used to hear different,
Yeah.
many people had different views on LinkedIn, but it is, I can see.
And it's how you use it. Eh?
Yeah.
You know, that's the thing. A lot of people on it, but they're not getting traction from it because some people will be like, I'm not getting jobs. But I said, but look, I got this opportunity and I'm not just saying it from experience. So if I could do that, so can you. Because I was a person that I could not come and do an actual interview. Fear factor, cool sweating when it is that I'm in a video per se. And now as time go by, being repetitive, that consistency, you know, you overcome that fear factor.
Yeah, and I will say this as well, as a young person, you know, if you you're familiar with social media, familiar with Instagram, with Facebook, with TikTok, and these are platforms that we scroll. We scroll till whenever. And, you know, if you can scroll on these platforms, then I think you can just as much scroll on LinkedIn and get something out of it, you know. But this is something that we can keep, you know, in the highlights and have constant conversations about, because people, especially in a time now where people are looking for jobs, and there are a lot of young people that are coming out of school and don't know
That's the thing.
what to do, where to go.
We understand that trend, that there's like 1.5 million people. So to prospect, it may be a bit challenging, but you have other markets. For example, you can go on Instagram and type in who might be the CEO of Sunshine Snacks or something like that, but you could go on LinkedIn and do it. So once you could go on LinkedIn and do that, you have an opportunity, a gateway to actually connect with that person.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome. Again, Mr. Prescott, thank you.
You are most welcome.
I do hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Same to you. Thanks as well.
All right, so that brings us to the end of AM Prime this morning. I will leave you with this quote: defeat may serve as well as victory to shake the soul and let the glory out. This is a quote by Edwin Markham, and it's just to remind us that challenges build character and reveal our strengths, while other great daily themes will focus on, you know, just making your day special to you and making the most out of your day. Now, we have Sean Michael Small in a few minutes at the top of the hour of 8 o'clock with Talking Points, so definitely stay tuned for that. And I will see you back here again tomorrow morning. Have a great day. Stay safe, stay inspired, stay informed. Bye-bye.
WESN.
By public demand, you can still get your C3 car raffle tickets only at the following outlets in Port of Spain until Friday, 12 noon. ICNTT.com. At the College, Kenny Sports, Queen Street, Long Circular Mall and West Mall, Crosby St. James, Sinks Liquor Store, Bonds Road, St. James, and at Mart's Liquor Palace, Digger Martin Main Road.
These outlets only.
Draw date is this Saturday, January 24th. No further extensions.
Get your tickets now.
For more info, call the College at 622-1671 or the hotline at 491-1802.
Hello.
Welcome to Cover Star. This is Advanced Dynamics, where it all happened, the scene of the crime. For 4 days in December, this 22 by 30-foot studio turned an idea on paper into real-life reality TV. When these doors were shut behind performers, it was truth time. No audience, no applause. Just the cameras, the crew, and the ones who comment. Our mission is simple: bridge generations and genres. Jog our collective cultural memory. You're inside Cover Star, where music history meets its next voice. On WESN, the content capital.
They gave us the music.
I feel like home.
They gave us the memory.
Woman, you could run away too.
They gave us the rhythms of life.
Trinidad and Tobago, join us for a special tribute to our legendary musical icons who have passed on in Gone But Not Forgotten.
Including Bunny, Swallow, Singing Francine, Shadow, Arrow, Maestro, Rootsman, Blacks, Sandoli, The Mighty Terror, plus lots more. Their music still lives on in our heart. An unforgettable night as we celebrate their legacy in Gone But Not Forgotten. Wednesday, February 4th at Napa and Thursday, February 5th at Sapa. Showtime both nights, 6:30 p.m. Your master of ceremonies, Sonny Bling.
Tickets $300 and $250.
Early bird tickets bought by Monday, January 26th cost $50 less.
For more info, call 732-3402. Gone But Not Forgotten.
As you come in. Long time I see you. This station complete. Ready for children party. Mommy! Jay, you can't go nowhere with these children. And you know you can't depend on Kevin neither Stephen to see about them. Yes, total waste. So I supposed to stay home the whole time? Jada is 12. She could see about that. You just leave Jada to see about Kia and Kayla. I thought it was your mother or your sister. Who? Them always busy. Jada could handle that. She cooking and cleaning a long time. And the next two better know what time it is. It's only me, you know. I will talk to my mother. She just home these days. She will make sure the children okay. Alright. Let me see the moves for later.
Before you ramage, make sure the children okay. Call 996 to report all child abuse now. A message from the Children's Authority of Trinidad and Tobago.
Maybe he landed here totally by coincidence. But if by chance he's admiring your fresh coat of Benjamin Moore soft sky blue, well, that's a pretty high compliment. Coming from an expert.
Remember waking up early just to catch your favorite cartoons? WESN brings back those magical mornings with Retro Saturdays.
Thus, the Powerpuff Girls were born!
Where the young at heart relive the fun. Join us every Saturday from 8 a.m. to 12 noon, only on WESN, the content capital.
Here is your WESN News on the Hour. I'm Naomi McNish. Thanks for joining us. Here are the headlines. Prime Minister backs deadly force in home invasion cases. TTMA warns gas price hike could fuel inflation. Lottery expands to Sundays from February. And internationally, Republicans push back on Trump's Greenland plan. Now for the details. Prime Minister Kamala Persad-Bissessar says citizens have the legal right to use any object, including deadly force, to defend themselves during home invasions. She made the comments following the proclamation of the Home Invasion Self-Defense and Defense of Property Act 2025, which officially came into effect this week. The law creates a new criminal offense of home invasion and allows homeowners to stand their ground with no duty to retreat when protecting their property, themselves or others. Under the Act, offenders face up to 20 years in prison and a fine of $500,000. Harsher penalties of up to 25 years and a $750,000 fine apply where the crime involves gangs, organized activity, or vulnerable victims, such as children, the elderly, or persons with disabilities. Prasad Bisesa also indicated that amendments to firearms legislation are coming, repeating her campaign promise to allow law-abiding citizens greater access to legal firearms for self-defense. The Trinidad and Tobago Manufacturers Association is warning that a proposed increase in natural gas prices could drive up production costs and trigger wider inflation. State-owned National Gas Company plans to raise gas prices for non-energy manufacturers from $3 to US $5.30 per MMBTU, a 76% increase. The TTMA has urged NGC to instead phase in the increase starting at US $4 in 2026, followed by gradual annual adjustments through 2028. The TTMA President Dale Parsons said manufacturers are already facing rising electricity costs, higher NIS contributions, increased container fees, and higher packaging expenses, making the proposed gas hike difficult to absorb. However, NGC Chairman Gerald Ramdeen defended the move, saying manufacturers have benefited for years from heavily subsidized gas prices sold below the company's acquisition cost. Ramdeen said the current board will not continue selling gas at a loss, calling the practice financially unsustainable and unfair to taxpayers. He also revealed that more than 20% of affected companies have already signed the new contracts and warned that gas volumes not secured by January 31st will be reallocated to other customers. Lottery gambling in Trinidad and Tobago will officially expand to Sundays from February 8th. The National Lotteries Control Board has confirmed new draw times for Playway, Pick 2, Pick 4, and Cashpot. Playway Pick 2 and Pick 4 will now be drawn on Sundays at 10:30 a.m., 1 p.m., 4 p.m., and 7 p.m. at the TTT television studio in Port of Spain. Cashpot will have a single Sunday draw at 7 p.m. The revised order replaces an earlier notice and confirms that Sunday operations are now final. All other lottery games will continue under existing schedules. The change marks a major shift for the local lottery system, which previously operated only from Monday to Saturday and has sparked mixed reactions from the public. Internationally, U.S. President Donald Trump's renewed push to acquire Greenland is facing growing resistance from members of his own party in Congress. Several Republican senators have joined Democrats in warning that any takeover of the Danish-controlled territory would undermine international law and damage relations with NATO allies. Senator Lisa Murkowski said Greenland's sovereignty must be respected, while Senator Thom Tillis warned that Trump's proposed tariffs on countries opposing the plan would benefit rivals like China and Russia. Trump argues that Greenland is vital for national and global security, citing competition in the Arctic region, and has vowed to obtain it one way or another. Experts say Congress would need to approve funding for any purchase and could block military action using its budgetary powers. While Trump could attempt an executive agreement, analysts say a move of this scale would be difficult without congressional approval and further strain U.S. alliances in Europe. Well, that's your news to the hour on WESN. I'm Naomi McNish. Thanks for watching.
WESN.
Hello.
Welcome to Cover Star. This is Advanced Dynamics, where it all happened, the scene of the grind. For 4 days in December, this 22 by 30-foot studio turned an idea on paper into real-life reality TV. When these doors were shut behind performers, it was truth time. No audience, no applause. just the cameras, the crew, and the ones who comment. Our mission is simple: bridge generations and genres. Jog our collective cultural memory. You're inside Cover Star, where music history meets its next voice. On WESN, the content capital.
As you come in. Long time I see you. This station complete. Ready for children party. Mommy! Jay, you can't go nowhere with these children. And you know you can't depend on Kevin neither Stephen to see about them. Yeah, total waste. So I supposed to stay home the whole time? Jada is 12. She could see about that. You just leave Jada to see about Kia and Kayla. I thought it was your mother or your sister. Who? Them always busy. Jada could handle that. She cooking and cleaning a long time. And the next two better know what time it is. It's only me, you know. I will talk to my mother. She just home these days. She will make sure the children okay. Alright. Let me see the moves for later.
Before you ramage, make sure the children okay. Call 996 to report all child abuse now. A message from the Children's Authority of Trinidad and Tobago. WESN.
Well, it's an unfortunate situation. At least one, could be more. Like I say, I don't necessarily like to speak about all the murders that you see in the papers. But there is a couple that caught my attention. So I want to talk about it this morning. There's a report, a woman believed to be Venezuelan, that, at least to me, does not matter, given the details. A pregnant woman was shot dead. The fact that it was a pregnant woman matters, and also the fact that the report is, at least one report, a gunman opened fire at a group of people. Why does that matter? It matters because it begs the question, are we back to that? When the murder rate, it was already out of control, but when it went to heights then unknown, a lot of the issues was that it wasn't just a random gang member killing a member of a rival gang. It wasn't criminal on criminal violence. It was criminal targeting criminal, but killing other people in the crossfire. One report says that the young lady's boyfriend was the target. On some level, I don't necessarily think that makes it better that she has a connection potentially to the target, right? Some people would say, well, you know, what was she doing around these people? And on a practical level, yes, if you have personal relationships where you spend significant amount of time, or even any amount of time in close proximity to those who engage in a life of serious crime, such as being a gang member and potentially being in the line of fire to reprisal killings or gang hits or what have you, you run the risk of being caught in the crossfire. So on some level, it's not quite the same as someone that's just a random stranger, either passerby, sitting in the same bar, nothing to do with the target. But there's still a level of, to what degree are we going to say, the pregnant lady was involved or not? Now, hey, it's 2025. Women can be involved in crime. Women can be the boss. But I would like to believe there was a time when our society would have imparted certain values upon all members, one of which would have been let's not shoot in the vicinity of the pregnant woman. Because from what I understand, at least at times in certain jurisdictions, there's a certain level of limits to the depravity that, criminal enterprise will undertake, whether it's organized crime, gangs, some sort of honor among thieves. There's certain limits, certain lines that they won't cross because it doesn't necessarily benefit. There'll always be another time to do whatever it is that you want to do. But not only now are you venturing into a whole next level of immorality. You're already there, attempting murder. But now you're kind of pulling the very fabric of society down further. The problem with incidents like this is potentially they also encourage this type of behavior. Because at the end of the day, part of it's the machoism of it all, right? Bad man don't cater. So since somebody did it now, there'll be at least, I can't say if it's going to be a lot, it's going to be a little, but I'm sure there's going to be at least one fool who's going to be like, well, you see what they did? Nah, I'm better than that. And I want to make a name for myself. I'll prove I'm better than that. And then, things like this, the gang violence will go from fighting over illegal money, fighting over turf, to literally just now, well, you kill one of ours, we kill one of you, and now you're just fighting for the sake of fighting. And on some level, then once they reach that point, what's the limit to the escalation of the violence? And again, that's how I believe it grew the last time, and that's why something like this, it gives me pause now. And let's not forget, depending on where you are, this is a 2-for-1. Some jurisdictions, including jurisdictions where, from what I understand, potentially where abortion is legal, or maybe not necessarily where abortion is legal in certain jurisdictions. It's not just a single murder. Meanwhile, there was another incident. And by the way, I would just like to point out, and this is a bit cheap, this is a bit of a cheap shot. Now, I would imagine that if the boyfriend was involved in criminal activity, because we don't know the actual reason why they were attacked, right? The boyfriend was assumed to be the target, but what is the reason why he was made a target? We don't know. This is an example, a scenario where, in my opinion, stand your ground laws really mean nothing. Because if it's a gang attack, it's going to be an ambush. And what's going to protect the general public from being caught in the crossfire is not stand your ground laws. It's dealing with the gangs. Because in theory, if this is a gang hit against a rival gang member, because again, we don't know that the alleged target was involved in anything, is a gang member, but let's assume that he is. I think it's also a safe assumption that he or some of his compatriots might have been armed. Now, according to reports, they fled the scene. Maybe they weren't armed. But in a situation like that where someone gets the drop on you, you could fight back, but that's if you have a chance. Then there's another situation where the police discovered a woman's body beneath a bridge in Tacarigua. Multiple chop wounds. So they say knife to death, but I don't necessarily know if it was with a knife. Mid-20s to early 30s, unknown identity. I mean, would stand your ground laws protect every woman who's the target of a violent attack? We don't know what the motivation behind this. They don't even know up until the publishing time of this report who the person is. But not every but you would need to identify the threat before they reach you. And then have access to your firearm, be able to draw your firearm, depending on outfits. I don't know how many women they have in TNT that have an FUL and practice concealed carry. And then those women need to, do you store your gun in your bag or do you have it on your person? Is it concealed and difficult to pull out or is it easy to handle? All of these things, it goes beyond just having a gun. Knowing how to use it in a potential threatening situation. Or we have a situation where both via the threat of consequence, which needs to be practical, which needs to be realized, as well as improvements in education, social programs to better return to cultural norms and values that will discourage deviant behavior. Those two things Maybe that's how you effectively keep the majority of the population safe. It's just that stand your ground laws, it's easier to say, it's easier to market, it's easier to understand, it's easier to make a slogan out of, it's easier to go viral, it's easier to have a moment, it's easier to sell. And actually trying to unravel the mess of the criminal justice system is not so easy. Another situation, a housewife was slapped and robbed at gunpoint. 3 armed men stormed the home. They ran through a yard, pointing firearms, announced a robbery. She was apparently standing basically in the doorway, right? So they jumped into the yard or what have you. They pointed their guns at her. She's right there at the cusp of the entrance to her house, but they already got the drop on her, pushed her inside, and apparently slapped her. They ran out of the house after they robbed whatever it is. They took whatever it is that they wanted, jewelry, cell phones. Doesn't say that they got any cash. They got picked up by a waiting getaway car. Now, some people, they'll have their firearm on them concealed to take out the trash. Is everybody going to do that? Is everybody going to remember to do that? Are you going to basically now, when you're home, have your firearm on you at all times? Because if you go outside to do something, open a window to talk to your neighbor, what have you, criminals might look for an opportunity. I remember one of the successful incidents, an elderly woman, she was able to catch the potential breach by what turned out to be 4 men. She only saw 2 on her cameras to give her enough time to respond. Not everybody, I guess, can be afforded a setup like that. And one elderly lady, I believe in Tobago, I could be wrong about that detail, but one elderly lady, she was lucky she fought off, I think it was 1 home invader with a knife. But here comes 3 suspects. It doesn't explicitly say all 3 were armed with firearms, but it also doesn't state if the getaway car was empty or if there are people in it. Criminals run in teams. You might be on your own. Now, don't get me wrong. On some level, you have to have provisions to allow people to defend themselves. You can't leave them like sitting ducks. Now, I don't know if it was the policy of the former administration or the policy of their commissioner who decided to handle things in the manner that she did on her own. But one of the issues with earlier with Christopher is it seemed as though no one was getting FULs. She didn't care because there was a gun problem, and rather than trying to deal with illegal guns, somebody thought it was a good idea. Now, let's just restrict legal firearms, and somehow that will help the situation. Because I don't know why. They never gave us a sufficient enough argument as to why that would be sufficient. They only said, look how much guns and ammunition is going to these gun dealers. They didn't necessarily say who the ammunition was for. It is believed by some that the ammunition mostly would have been for the state. But we got a lot of vague accusations and then a lot of seemingly bad policy with no explanation, really. So I don't have an issue with reversing that. I don't have an issue with ensuring that the process to get an FUL is as efficient and effective as possible. I don't necessarily want it to be a free-for-all where it just opens the floodgates. Could you imagine what would happen with the driving in this country if almost everybody had a firearm on them on the road? So I have no issue with laws that will take into greater account the modern realities and provide a better environment upon which the general public could defend itself. Better rules of engagement upon which the general public could defend itself. I have no problem with that. But when you looked at the legislative agenda, they didn't have that much with regards to actually dealing with criminals. It was a lot of trying to deal with the symptoms, and it wasn't as much with regards to curing the situation as I would like. Now, trying to deal on some extent with how the judiciary functions, that's cool, but I don't believe it also was looking at how prosecution was handled, and evidence collection and investigations were handled. And that's not just procedural with the police and DPP and whoever else. Part of that is what the legislation that exists already allows for. I didn't see that. So now that we have, and maybe this is not the new normal or the return to that normal, maybe the murder where gunmen shot into a crowd, managed to miss their targets, and possibly anybody else of relevance to them, but they killed the young lady who was pregnant. Maybe that's a one-off. But we know that gangs operate under a new level of callousness where they don't care who gets hit or if they die. At least that's what it seems like to us. They don't care. And let's not forget, this particular murder, like a couple other extreme examples that's sprinkled throughout the last 13 months, was done during an SOE. Let's not forget that. Let's not forget that one of the high-profile home invasions that was allegedly in proximity to the Prime Minister's residence was done during an SOE. We'll talk about the zone situation as it has developed in a little while. The point of that is not with regards to the legalities and the detriments of an SOE and the failures of an SOE, but rather, I mean, yeah, that matters, but think about it. Our moral compass, the level of consequence, culturally speaking, does anyone really think or feel that we're under an SOE? And while the murder rate is down, and you can't say that the SOE did not contribute to that, we just don't know to what extent. The reasonable assumption is it's significant. However, the mindset of the criminals, there's nothing, no factor in the equation to say, oh, their mindset was changed. Some sort of consequence might have caused them to change. They might have changed their behavior in the short term. They might have adjusted things because of how the police were moving. But crime still continued. And I was very happy that I did not have to speak about murders like this every month, every couple of months last year, because that's what it felt like at some point in the times before. But the issue is, I don't know if anything was done to ensure that this could be maintained. Now maybe the zones would contribute to that, because if gang violence is the root of these collateral murders, then fine. But dare I say, not every gang hit was done in a hot spot. Not every criminal stronghold is identified by the general public as an area that is a crime hotspot. So I guess now, let's leave with this and we'll transition with this question. What happens if a gang is based, has a safe house in an area that is not a hotspot, in an area that has a lot of townhouses and suburban developments and ordinary Trinbagonians, and the police hear that there's going to be gang violence because this gang leader, he has his townhouse there, and they're looking to take him out. His family's there, and they don't care if they hit his family. So the police now, they want to lock it down because they don't want a residential area to be shut up. So now, what I guess some people would determine a normal residential area, could be a middle income area, could be a upper income class area, gets locked down. And it's not just the people who some members of society have no issue forgetting about. So what if it happens to them? That's not important to me. Yeah, they look for that because they live there, so they have to be criminals too, right? Yeah, it's one thing if the usual areas, say, no disrespect, but this is to the perception of the public. Say C-Lots gets locked down. How much of the country would really care about what that means to the average citizen who is not a criminal in there? Yeah, I mean, look, Betham, when nobody had nothing to say about when they robbed the fella that tried to rescue the young boy who had the crash that time last year. Right? So they're all bad. Paint them all with a general brush. Yeah, it's easy to do that. It's easy to stigmatize a population. Use general terms. That whole community, we just bunch them up and throw them in the trash, right? Yeah, now what's going to happen? What's going to happen if it ends up to maybe be your community? Because you didn't know that fella who is suspiciously quiet a lot of the time, you know, but I mean, you met the wife, it's a nice family, but the fella suspiciously quiet, you don't really see him much. You know, all of a sudden, things get locked down and you under a zone of special operation. Because if there's one thing criminals in TNT have proven, it's that they're adaptable. Those at the top, they move in normal circles and normal areas when they're ready, yeah? And they're adaptable. If the government and the police say we're going to target these areas, you know what they're going to do? They're not going to be in those areas for long. They'll let their foot soldiers be there. But they're not going to be in those areas for long. So what happens now if a zone comes and gets planted on you? What you going to do? I don't even know if the current administration or the national security leadership, to what extent did they consider, if we do this, this is the response from the criminals, what will we then do to compensate for that? I'm just presenting one scenario. However, let's take a break. When we come back, we'll get into the latest on the zones, because now it brings up a separate issue that is now related, and that is with regards to the passing of legislation and the divide in our parliament, particularly in the Senate. Stay tuned. This is Talking Point on WESN. We'll be right back after this.
By public demand, you can still get your C3 car raffle tickets only at the following outlets in Port of Spain until Friday, 12 noon. ICNTT.com. At the College, Kenny Sports, Queen Street, Long Circular Mall and West Mall, Crosby St. James, Sinks Liquor Store, Bonds Road, St. James, and at Mart's Liquor Palace, Digomart Main Road.
These outlets only.
Draw date is this Saturday, January 24th. No further extensions.
Get your tickets now.
For more info, call the College at 622-1671 or the hotline at 491-1802.
Hello.
Welcome to Cover Star. This is Advanced Dynamics, where it all happened, the scene of the crime. For 4 days in December, this 22 by 30-foot studio turned an idea on paper into real-life reality TV. When these doors were shut behind performers, it was truth time. No audience, no applause. Just the cameras, the crew, and the ones who comment. Our mission is simple. Bridge generations and genres. Jog our collective cultural memory. You're inside Cover Star, where music history meets its next voice. On WESN, the content capital.
They gave us the music.
I feel like home.
They gave us the memory.
Woman, you could run away too.
They gave us the rhythms of life.
Trinidad and Tobago. Join us for a special tribute to our legendary musical icons who have passed on in, gone, but not forgotten.
Including Bunny, Swallow, Singing Francine, Shadow, Arrow, Maestro, Rootsman, Lax, Sandoli, The Mighty Terror, plus lots more. Their music still lives on in our heart. An unforgettable night as we celebrate their legacy in Gone, but Not Forgotten. Wednesday, February 4th at Napa and Thursday, February 5th at Sapa. Showtime both nights, 6:30 p.m. Your master of ceremonies, Sonny Bling.
Tickets $300 and $250.
Early bird tickets bought by Monday, January 26th cost $50 less.
For more info, call 732-3402. Gone, but not forgotten.
As you come in. Long time I see you. This station complete. Ready for children party. Mommy! Jay, you can't go nowhere with these children. And you know you can't depend on Kevin neither Steven to see about them. Yes, total waste. So I supposed to stay home the whole time? Jada is 12. She could see about that. You just leave Jada to see about Kia and Kayla. I thought it was your mother or your sister. Who? Them always busy. Jada could handle that. She cooking and cleaning a long time. And the next two better know what time it is. It's only me, you know. I will talk to my mother. She just home these days. She will make sure the children okay. Alright. Let me see the moves for later.
Before you ramage, make sure the children okay. Call 996 to report all child abuse now. A message from the Children's Authority of Trinidad and Tobago.
So an interesting happened with regards to the piece of legislation that the government is looking, I guess, to be now an actual step towards crime fighting on the agents of the state side, and not so much a measure like stand your ground law, which is more dependent on individual citizens to carry out the zones of special operations, right? Passed in the House because they have more than enough of a majority in their back pocket in the lower house. However, now that it's in the Senate, it's a little bit different. This is an interesting and at times maybe unappreciated or not necessarily fully appreciated check. One of the few checks potentially in our legislative process. And balance, check and balance, because the whole makeup of the Senate, that's a little bit more fixed. You have the independent senators, upon which if you want to do anything that requires a significant majority, probably going to need some of their help. And in this case, this piece of legislation now has run into that. Now, what's interesting is, initially, and I think this was the correct approach, the Minister of Defense basically said that the Senate, the independent senators, or some of them, would have to support the measure. But I guess before we could see, maybe it happened behind closed doors, before we could see any sort of extensive campaign to diplomatically communicate the need, to present the ask to some extent to the population, to the independent senators. Again, maybe they did it behind closed doors. The Prime Minister basically, it's hard to say anything else. She went into attack mode because the initial story that I read, she targeted the president as well as part of her initial criticisms. Firstly, they are not independent. They are appointed by the president, who was a low-level PNM functionary before being foisted on the country. Secondly, they will present their usual vapid and shallow contributions. And then most likely vote with the PNM in line with their voting history. Who really cares if they support or not? We will move on with our other plans to protect citizens. Somehow, I believe, in the world of diplomacy and negotiation, this essentially is someone either conceding defeat or admitting that their stated goal was never really a goal in the first place, therefore it doesn't matter if it fails. Because one would think, if you truly want this bill to pass, you would not say anything that would clearly, without a doubt, be direct insults. And on some level, you could argue it goes into the personal territory. Because it's not, well, this contribution I vehemently disagreed with and I found it had little value to the debate, and then you say what it is and why. You just basically went to vapid, the usual vapid and shallow contributions. Is it? Let me put it a different way. I don't think the independent bench, their contributions in terms of content is necessarily any worse when compared to the contributions of the government bench or the opposition bench, and at times, just based on how they structure their language alone, whether I agree with the contents or not, it is technically better than what comes from the government or opposition bench. Because their politics is not so obvious and clumsily hidden behind a non-existent veil of objectivity. Yes, if you follow the logic of that statement, it was intentional. Let's not forget, when the state of emergency was passed, one of the things that I pointed out was, people, if you might want to have certain suspicions on the government, hey, what you doing? There was a conspiracy, a syndicate that threatened high-level government members. This sounds just like 2011. pulling that out of your pocket, is there really a threat? And one of the factors in the favor of the government was the fact that the president who signed off on it was, in the Prime Minister's words, a low-level PNM functionary. And ironically, it also, on some level, it makes me wonder what is the level of political strategy being thought out here. Because not only are you ostracizing the independent bench, which not all of the independent senators were on the pre-existing independent bench. That's first of all, right? I myself questioned their independence at times, particularly when it came to criticisms of the president over the meritless situation, with which that president was a central party to that situation, because the self-stated creature of statutes, I can't remember, I'm sorry if I'm getting it wrong, but I'm paraphrasing her quote basically, of the president, because that's what she said, I cannot do a thing, I'm a creature of statutes. Except there was no law that said that she could return the list to the Police Service Commission, regardless of what information she got at that point in time. There was no law that said that I was an allowed function. But there's a gap in our society where I don't even know if we have anybody to enforce certain parliamentary and constitutional rules and procedures. So that whole scenario, the independent bench was somewhat defensive of her, and I found it very weird because the situation, as I believe it was somewhat proven in hindsight, did not necessarily play out in any positive way. And it showed that allowing something to interfere with the operations of the police potentially further eroded the stability of the operations of the police. But, you know, and I've had my criticisms of independent Senator Anthony Vieira. But to ostracize the entire bench, to insult the entire bench, even if it's the truth, to be willing to say it publicly. Because here's the thing, she may be a low-level PNM functionary. But what's going on in the PNM right now? Do they seem like a united party? Why give them an external opponent to potentially unite them faster? That's the political strategy that I'm wondering, have you thought it out? But also, you want this thing to pass, and you're basically saying, we're not even going to try to get any support from the independent bench. That's what this statement says. I believe they only need 4. Why go after all of them in this way? You never know until they vote. But if you forcefully push them in a certain direction, it's no longer necessarily unreasonable to assume they'll go where you push them towards. That's not the same thing as them coming to that point themselves on their own, despite your best efforts. If it's despite your best efforts, fine, it's their fault. If it is in part because of your efforts on record, then isn't it to some extent your fault? And this is just the procedure of getting the debate done in the Senate, where I'm looking at the situation and saying, why? Not too dissimilar to the whole energy chamber situation, right? Why is it that you're calling out the energy chamber in this aggressive manner? And now note, on the campaign trail, where most of the political capital was earned, the Prime Minister earned legitimately, in what I would argue to be the right way, significant political capital, and goodwill from the people because she had a political election campaign that was not based totally on negative stories, negative narratives, pointing fingers of blame. It was, everybody will win, we'll find a way. Notice how that talk is becoming less and less frequent. Notice how the policy decisions don't necessarily support or show follow through with those statements. But also notice the difference in tone with some of the political messaging from the government side compared to when they were on the campaign trail. Let me give you an example. Some of Gary's best work, former Commissioner Gary Griffith, was when he was Commissioner of Police. Because that was when, outside of when he was arguing in defense of his son and his son's football career, right? I'm not including that. That is his personal business. That had nothing to do with his job. His job as Commissioner of Police, he was always under control. Always. Even when he disagreed with the government, he did not state his disagreement directly with the government. He found a way to diplomatically sidestep that with regards to his public statements and always make it seem to those, at least on the surface, to most of the general public, you would have to really think it through and know a little bit to know that there's a disagreement, but never him being hostile. And that contributed to how he was perceived as Commissioner of Police, because dare I say, the perception of Gary Griffith as a Commissioner of Police is much greater than the perception he had when it came time to campaign as political leader of the NTA. His public relations, how he presented himself, a lot of the time as Commissioner of Police, it came across really well. And he had the ability, it's just that certain topics will get under his skin, and at times he would run away with those. I'll give you another example. And this one is a little bit briefer. Philip Alexander. On the campaign trail, the first couple of months, his public persona was great. I'll give you another example. Saddam Hussein. Compared to when he was opposition MP, Saddam Hussein, now the Minister of Legal Affairs, he still, the last I paid attention to one of his contributions at a press conference, I believe he still pointed to the fact that, look, I'm going to behave because that's what's best. Because that's what I'm supposed to do. I'm not supposed to go off the rails and get into a shouting match in Parliament and basically mirror what the opposition MP is doing, and thus, from my side, my point, undermine the speaker who is trying to control the situation. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to go off the rails in press conferences. I'm going to be a calm presence. I appreciate that. I didn't necessarily like the style of delivery at times of the former opposition MP, but the current minister, I could appreciate that. But now back to the Prime Minister. I guess you could say I made an excuse with regards to some of our aggressive comments, because when it came to the comments with regards to the fighting of crime, and this is tied, of course, to the zones of special operations. First it was empty the matic, empty the clip, then it was kill them all with regards to the airstrikes. And while I didn't necessarily agree with the language, I always said that I didn't necessarily like the tone of what she said. And in this case, the specific phrase kill them all is more of a tone than the actual content. The content is, we want to deal with transnational crime. Kill them all is more of a tonal thing to me. That's how I'm interpreting it, or that's how I'm describing my opinions of it. But now it's the energy chamber. Now it's the independent senators. I understand that there's a need to deal with crime and a need to have urgency. But if you've worked long enough and had the unfortunate reality of having good bosses and bad bosses, and listen, good bosses could also make a mistake. So I'm not saying the Prime Minister is a bad boss, but I'm pointing to that for you to look into your own life experiences to get obvious examples by looking at the extremes. If you've had that unfortunate experience, that you've had a wider range of bosses with regards to the emotional spectrum of said bosses and the approach of those bosses, I am sure if you think it through, you could point to good bosses who shouted at you and bad bosses who shouted at you. And you could tell the difference between them with regards to how and why they shouted and what they said. A good coach, a bad coach. Bad coach isn't going to know how to be loud and boisterous and aggressive and stern. He's just going to be abrasive and stern and strict, thinking that's what you're supposed to do. And he'll lose the room. He'll lose the team. A good coach will know when and how to pull that out of their back pocket. Will know how to craft it into their leadership style. Whether they use it a lot or use it a little, that's not actually the relevant part. The relevant part is doing so with a purpose, not doing so just because. And again, this is just debate. This is just a debate. Of course, the opposition leader, she has rebutted the Prime Minister. I do find it interesting that both in our media, in the press, and of course online, the use of the word slam. It seems, with regards to English, it just seems slightly less professional of a word to use. But regardless, I understand it, and on some level, reporting language, the use of language is what are the words and the terms that the general public will understand, and to what extent do you want to make it so that as much people as possible will understand it as easily as possible. So I get it. Sorry for the segue. The opposition leader came out and slammed the Prime Minister, this is how it's being reported, for questioning the integrity of the independent senators. Absolutely amazing and reckless. To some extent, it is partially true. I'll explain why. The Prime Minister went on to say that when a question was asked, she argued that the independent senators were not truly independent as they were appointed by a president who was a low-level PNM functionary. The Prime Minister continues to threaten and bully whenever she is confronted by difficult issues. Now, it's interesting that the opposition leader said that. The Prime Minister continues to threaten and bully. Now, dare I say, if other members of the PNM said that line, a lot of people will say, but Dr. Keith Rowley, based on the opinions of some individuals, used to threaten and bully. He definitely got very defensive and combative when he was confronted with issues that he disagreed the line of questioning with and the stance of the question and the point of view and perspective of the person with the question. And to the point where how he would answer, it wasn't so much that he was beating you back with facts as much as he was beating you back with just arguing, bullying. Threats, I don't know if it's a proven part of the public record, but there were people who then and now feel as though under the current political environment, they are not able to speak freely. And in fact, certain areas of the public service, they are forbidden to speak freely. Let's just note. That's why we don't have a lot of people talking about issues that they experience, because they can't. They literally are prevented to doing so. Teachers are muzzled. So if tutor doesn't have a good president to speak about the issues of the teachers, then there will be almost nobody to speak about issues of the teachers in the public teaching service. The opposition leader can say these things even though the same accusations was leveled against Dr. Heath Rowley, because she was not central to his administration. More importantly, the fact that, hey, the PNM did it, so why are you coming out on the UNC for doing it? That common sentiment is flawed, because one of the reasons why the PNM got less and less popular was that they were doing some of these very same things. Why wouldn't you want to say, hey, yo, Madam Prime Minister, when it was perceived that your predecessor was doing these things, whether proven or not proven, as a matter of fact, measured as a matter of fact, look at what happened. Look at how popular it became. We don't want to see you going down that road. Please don't do it. Why can't it be that? But more importantly, when the opposition leader said it's amazing and reckless, it's because, as what I said before, well, if they were not independent, or if they would, after what you said, they definitely will be biased against you. If you insult someone personally, how are they going to, 100% of the time, not have some amount of hard feelings? Now, the more professional someone is, the more they could set that aside. But why do you want to introduce that element into the equation in the first place? I don't know. Meanwhile, here's another interesting thing about the zones of special operations. Again, now getting back to some of the content of what actually is being discussed, given the Prime Minister's stance, now I am wondering, does she even want it to go through? One Professor Anthony Clayton, earlier in the week, or last week, late last week, he already made the appeal to both the government and the opposition to set aside their differences, to allow this concept to have a chance to be used effectively. But one of the things he said was, this is a long-term commitment. This is the quote. You're measuring not in terms of months or years. You're really talking about several decades. It may take something like 20 years to actually resolve the social problems because they are deeply embedded. They are rooted in these communities and cannot be fixed overnight. And I think this basically goes to the zones and measures like the zones, like an SOE. That's going to suppress the crime. That's going to give you breathing room. That's your stopgap. That's your immediate to short term. But they're not a long-term solution. And these deeply ingrained problems that grew over the course of decades are probably going to take something like a decade or two to completely solve. Because now it's not just we have some gangsters, and if we just lock up the gangsters, we arrest them, we convict them, we prove, hey, they're doing gangster stuff, so we could hit them with consequence and then move on. No, because the factors that are causing the situation to persist is embedded in the population, because it was allowed to take root. It was allowed to infiltrate its way into a population who did not necessarily have means to prevent being infiltrated. So we can't blame them for it happening. Rather, we have to put things in place to help them come out from it. And that's not going to be overnight. But that's juxtaposed with the Minister of Defense's statements. One of the statements with regards to the whole zone of special operations, I guess you could say, to try to explain it and maybe lessen the negative perception of it, is, according to him, it's not intended to be a permanent security arrangement, as it seeks to treat directly with violent criminal elements. If they're working as it's supposed to, they might not need for the operation to be carried out for more than 2 or 3 years. I doubt more than 5 years, because we have to target certain pockets in certain places. And once we, in essence, get rid of the gang leaders and they're locked away for a long time, we can stop the inflow of guns and ammunition. Then you will see violent crime take a serious nosedive. And there won't be need for such intense operations normal policing would do. Let's go back to the words of Professor Clayton, because he was not just speaking off of the top of his head. He advised the Jamaican government in the implementation of the policy. And for it to work, and this is to some extent based on the experience with the policy in Jamaica, it needs complete buy-in. That's why you want the opposition on board, and decades-long implementation. Because here's another quote pointing to political tribalism being, quote, the bane and destruction, quote, for many years. And he goes on to say, quote, we have this dreadful idea that every time there's a change in government, a new government comes in and throws out everything that the previous administration was doing, whether it was working or not. And this is fundamentally irrational. It would make so much more sense to do a review, sure, and to terminate anything that's not working. But the programs that are genuinely generating measurable public benefits should be bipartisan. Across the board, it doesn't seem to be the case that way. Except for things like, oh, well, you did dollar for dollar, I'll do gate. And now that that's part of the public, you know, entitlement, endowment, we can't get rid of that. Because the people, you know, they might not have rioted yet before, but they might riot if we take away such a significant benefit, right? There should be across the board political consensus on the need to continue programs which are actually working. But the defense minister says, well, by 5 years for the max. Granted, we are almost a year in, but generally speaking, what's going to happen within 5 years? There's going to be an election. And on what level is his utterances more because of politics than actual crime-fighting strategy? Because why do you think if we just cut off the head of the snake, this whole body will die? What seems to be happening more often than not is if you lock up or kill the gang leaders, somebody else will take their place. Because, what did I say earlier? The environment, the reasons that cause individuals to go into crime because of negative influences, social and economic pressure, and negative conditions, whatever it is, they will still continue to cause young men and possibly soon young women, I mean, technically already young women, but to the degree it might be more now in hardened gang crime. 2025, equal opportunity, folks. It might lead more young people to go and join a gang. And then, of course, now, at some point, yeah, maybe the gang will be a little bit leaderless for a while, but eventually someone will take it up. Maybe they'll rebrand, they'll form a new gang out from the old gang. Hey, they have new gangs all the time, it seems, with whatever ridiculous name based on whatever is in the pop culture at the time. Remember, at one point there was unruly ISIS that had nothing to do with ISIS or Islamic fundamentalism from the Middle East, as far as I'm aware. I could be wrong. They were more interested in whatever it was they were doing here in Trinidad and Tobago. But they took the name, they rolled with it, and Then it was the 6 and 7s. There was potentially gangs in between, I don't know. And possibly, as they get new gangs, that also is an indicator of new leadership. You take out the leaders of today, they will get new leaders tomorrow. It's not as though the leaders were the ones that went to Harvard and the rest of the gang members didn't go to Harvard, so they are infinitely less capable. No, as far as we know, listen, unless you want to have some bombshell of a revelation that no, all of the gang leaders are gate educated, which when you think about it, it's not that crazy of a consideration since education is free for all, but No, the assumption, I believe, is that all of the gangsters more or less came from the same conditions. And if a gang leader who has successfully taken control of a gang, inflicted high levels of violence on a civilian population, conducted high-end criminal activity, and even gone so far as to corrupt or threaten elements of the state, and you manage to convict him of whatever it is he does, yeah, there's probably going to be somebody else from a similar origin story that's going to be available to pick it up. There might be a gap, but it's not a long-term solution, because ordinary policing did not prevent this situation from coming up in the first place. Yes, it might seem that there's a unique opportunity now because the drugs have been cut off. That's not going to last forever if we don't have proper policing, not these extraordinary measures that tends to, and this is the problem, it's predicated on the ability to actually arrest these gang leaders and have them face any sort of long-term consequence. Because I believe he says, let me just double check this, they're locked away for a long time. He didn't say convicted. So I don't know if, he's trying to be vague. They could be locked away in remand for a long time, although that could lead to a lawsuit after that long time, depending. But what do we see in the state of emergency now? Lawyers of the individuals that were detained under preventative detention orders threatening legal action, not too dissimilar to 2011, which says that even with all of the extraordinary powers of a state of emergency, you couldn't even get charges. You couldn't even get evidence to go anywhere, much less have a conviction. So that's the issue. We don't see the state of emergency having a long-term benefit, having the capacity to deal with crime more than the immediate term. Why should we have confidence that these zones of special will be more effective? Particularly when it seems as though it's basically the same tools. Or there's a cordon, you didn't cordon in state of emergency, why? Because you didn't think to do it? More importantly, what guarantee we have that a corrupt police officer isn't going to drive the gang leader out of the cordon? Meanwhile, let's go to another thing that the defense minister said. It's geared towards getting rid of people who have AK-47s and Galils. The fact that people's constitutional rights will be targeted is a small price to pay. Our constitutional rights being taken away is not a small price to pay. It is never a small price to pay. To phrase it that way makes me question, do you fundamentally understand what it is you're doing? The whole reason why you need the independent senator's support is because it's not a small price. If it's a small price, you could pass it with a simple majority. No, you think rhetorically It's in the balance. When you weigh the balance, the need outweighs the price, but the price is not small. Interfering with the individual rights and freedoms of the general population is never a small thing. Regardless of whether or not the need, the issue at hand outweighs that price, it is never a small thing. To approach it as such, to state it as such, to use language as such makes me question, how serious are you on this? Because it seems as though you do not understand what it is you're asking the population. And more importantly, are you trying to gaslight the population to say it's not a big deal when it is? Because a legislation like this does not come with the issues of whatever individual rights and freedoms that you might end up suspending. Because again, who knows where these zones are going to be declared? Who knows how the criminals are going to adapt? As far as I'm aware, there's nothing anchoring them to a geographical spot that prevents them from moving away to other parts to change where their operations or their hideouts are located. And the higher you go up, the less obvious they're going to make it. High-end townhouses and apartments and the like are used as safe houses and stash houses at times. The thing is, it can affect the everyday population. We have no guarantees that it won't. But then on top of that, it sets a precedent. It sets a precedent that, oh my gosh, we have this problem. What is the problem? Well, the real problem is we can't actually fix the system with normal tools. So what we're going to do is we're potentially going to be lazy about it, and we're going to just say, well, we can't deal with the problem. So what we'll have to do is we'll have to suspend your rights to deal with the problem, because we don't know any other way. We can't think of any other way. And we're not sure if we're going to get a second term, so we're looking at 5-year measures. Because unfortunately, we, like our predecessor, want to practice this sort of individual politics. Let me put it that way. Confrontational politics. Lack of cooperation politics. We're on our side, you're on your side. Let's not mix. Let's not mix at all. We rather not pass anything than actually figure out a way to compromise with you to get things done. That's the implication. You build up that over time, that implication. It might be weak now, depending on your perception. It'll get stronger. One of the contributions by one of the independent senators it was a bill which proposes the use of extraordinary measures to confront an extraordinary challenge, TNT's persistent and deeply troubling levels of violent crime. This is the independent bench. Let's not forget what the Prime Minister said, but this is what one independent senator said. Citizen suffering is real. The agency faction, very real. Families are traumatized. Businesses close early, very true. Communities retreat behind gates and fear, very true. A concern is that young people grow up believing that violence is normal, very true. Crime becomes an invisible tax paid by every citizen and the state, very true. There is a monetary value to that. But agency must not give way to short-term thinking. Now, based on what the independent Senator Marley Natz said, Dr. Marley Natz, it seems as though there was room to dialogue with regards to helping formulate policy. Fear must never override reason. Decisive action must never displace constitutional care. The power to declare a community zone is an extraordinary one. It must therefore rest on extraordinary justification credible crime data, verified intelligence, patterns of violent activity, and demonstrable threats to public safety. This is a new administration. I believe it deserves the opportunity to craft and implement policies they believe can restore order and address the crime scourge. But that opportunity must be located in the context of a coherent crime strategy. Now, maybe the first part was more mama guy. Like people who already think of Dr. Atz as an opponent or an obstacle, that's probably what they're going to say. Nah, she didn't really mean that first part. It's the second part that reveals the truth. But hey, I generally tend to give people the benefit of the doubt on what they say unless proven otherwise. I have done that for the PNM government. I have done that for this government. Unless I have an indicator, not just wild speculation of, well, I don't feel is correct. Well, I don't feel they tell the truth. No, if I have an indicator that says their past track record or something they themselves have done or said contradicts the sentiments expressed in the moment. Now, with regards to Dr. Atz, she's basically saying the need is real. The need for extraordinary measures is real. But this is not something to be undertaken lightly. This is not something to be done willy-nilly. This is not something that you just assume, we slap this on the top, it'll solve everything to tweet, and before you know it, lickety split, we'll be back to where we were in 1999. No, she pointed to what? A coherent crime strategy. Dare I say, one of the sins of the last administration was not having a coherent strategy on almost anything. At least they didn't tell us. I assume they had an energy strategy, and it would have been somewhat coherent. I assume that. Outside of that, it seemed like they were going paycheck to paycheck. And now this government comes in, and they're not necessarily looking as though they're going paycheck to paycheck. But we too are left wondering once again, what is the actual strategy? You can't say, well, look, this is the strategy. Stand your ground law and Zozo law and this law and that. That's not a strategy. That's individual elements, and we have not been explained to how they are connected to form a coherent strategy. And she also points out the concern for stigmatizing communities. She is. And as much as I spoke about that before, I'm not going to necessarily rehash all of my talking points on that. It's something that needs to be considered. It doesn't mean that you say, well, because of that, we're not going to do it. It means this can happen. How do we account for it? What's the plan to ensure that there's no negative effect from it? It seems as though a lot of the time, and I don't think that Dr. Atz was presenting it in a way of, well, this might happen, so let's not do it. She says the concerns are warranted. Law-abiding citizens who may abide in some of these so-called hotspots, they become collateral damage to any policy that might be implemented. That there's concerns about that. What does that tell me? Again, there's room to figure it out together. The problem is, in politics, together seems to be a four-letter word. But let's move a little bit further out. There was an article in the Express today, and I don't know what's on the actual physical paper copy, because sometimes the headlines and it doesn't always fully translate into the digital copy, right? I don't know if we could pull it up on the screen. This is the headline. Now, I am sure if you have not read the article, if you read this headline, you're going to have a very strong opinion of Israel Khan in this moment. Because I myself looked at the headline and expected an article based around this headline that would have Well, I didn't know how I was going to take it, but I was very wary because this topic makes me wary because usually I do not like where a lot of people go with it. What does it do? Well, on the very surface, it basically turns it into a racial debate. Whether you believe in a certain race is responsible for crime, or a certain race is being stigmatized and victimized as being responsible for crime, it turns it into a racial debate. What are these? I don't know if that's an actual statistic, and that's the other thing. But when you read the article was more about Israel Khan Senior Counsel supporting the legislation with regards to the legislation itself. This part here, the part upon which the headline references, is literally one paragraph of the article, which has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, or not even necessarily a paragraph, more like a long sentence. It's approximately 1/14 of the article, but that's the headline. On some level, this is a bit of a segue into a slight off topic. It's already a situation that the racial divisions on this topic were brought up from the jump. And one of the things that I hope does not happen, I understand if you have concerns, and I understand if you have concerns with regards to the statistical demographics of crime and crime reporting. That can be discussed. Why is it that way? How is it that way? Is that the reality? What does it mean? What's the implications? All of that. But to just literally turn debates on issues with regards to crime fighting into, well, you're racist, so it's wrong, and leave it there. And the headline, unfortunately, runs the risk of doing that because it's an incendiary headline. You have an East Indian senior counsel who supports a measure by an East Indian prime minister, basically saying, well, look at where these gangs come from. It's from the other race. A lot of people are going to read this. What are they going to think? Is that the basis of his argument? Is that all that he said? I would say no. Now, if you want to disagree with that statement, that's fine. But how many people only read the headline and don't actually read the story? Now, I don't necessarily like the fact that Israel Khan said it in the article. I wish he didn't say it at all. In part because he doesn't even go any further to actually go into the practical sides of the issue. When you just kind of leave it there with just you throw that statement out, right? And he goes on a little bit more, but it isn't anything to have any sort of meaningful discussion on. He's saying this is what he believes to be, in his ways, an established fact. And more or less that's it. I'm not even necessarily sure. Well, he did say it amounts to an inadvertent admission by the PNM members that their constituencies have a concentration of criminal elements. So he's trying to counteract the argument that this is a racist measure. All right, fair enough, I guess. It's just that to do it this way, if you take the headline out, I feel as though a lot of people will take it the wrong way. So if you don't have bad intentions, they will assume you do. But then on top of that, here comes the paper. They put this headline. Now again, it could be that there was more to the headline. Sometimes the actual headline does not really, for whatever reason, get printed as the headline. Sometimes the subheading gets put up or whatever, right? And look, this is, to some extent, in a way, this is the meaty part of what he said. But do we really need now to stoke the fires of a racial debate over this? Meanwhile, There's a criminal defense attorney who is basically asking for more information because he is of the opinion the public is still not aware of what such a strategy would entail. And I would argue to some extent he might have a point. Even if you look at what's been published, what is available, as one caller pointed out, cordon is not even defined in what's published. Hopefully that gets rectified moving forward. Because, you know, when you have a law kind of cements certain things as a legal requirement. This is Ulrich Scarrett. A former police officer, he's not read the details behind the proposed strategy. Greater consultation and clearer communication was needed on the part of the government even before the bill was brought to Parliament for debate. They did communicate it, but they kind of came just before they brought it to Parliament. And while I didn't expect them to give us all the details, I do agree it would have been even more effective if they were prepared to explain it further, in greater detail, in fuller measure. In part, just to kind of cut through all of the usual noise and dribble that comes at any sort of debate, all of the preliminary stuff that in part is based on a lack of knowledge because knowledge is not forthcoming. Because again, go back to the defense minister, this is not a small measure. This is a rather big deal. This is somewhat unprecedented. We've never done anything like this before. Just because it's been done somewhere else, they might not have the same circumstances upon which we operate. They're not next to Latin America, the South American continent. It's not just Venezuela. It gives access, easier access to the criminal element from other parts of South America. Not just Venezuela alone. So even if Venezuela is solved, doesn't mean that the situation is going to go away. And he pointed to what more or less everyone is thinking. Zones of special operations are a means to continue the state of emergency, just in specific areas, because that seems to be what's working, and if you can't figure out what else to do, just continue doing what you're doing. Again, except, are we going to get a whole set more lawsuits coming out of all of these things? The Law Association also is calling out for safeguards, and one of the safeguards I have pointed to already. The Law Association noted that the reasonable suspicion, quote-unquote, standard is well established in law, but warned that searches without warrants inside zones carry a high risk of arbitrary interference. It recommended mandatory record keeping, auditability, and explicit documentation on grounds of suspicion, including whether body-worn cameras were activated. The Law Association suggested a new clause for the officer in charge completing a standard search record, capturing the grounds for suspicion and whether body-worn cameras were activated. If they were not used, they suggested a requirement for a brief written explanation. So it goes on to say they are looking for stronger accountability measures, including mandatory use of body-worn cameras, rather than use, as far as is possible, tighter controls and exemptions from weapon registration and clear identification requirements when officers compel disclosure of name and address. Yes, that makes sense. On some level, what's the big deal if a police officer asks for your ID? As long as he's respectful and he's not harassing you and he gives you back your documentation. But listen, that's a whole other separate debate. The main one is mandatory use of body-worn cameras. Because it's one thing to say, hey, we're going to suspend your rights further in a different way than before, because we can't keep doing this SOE thing, right? We just can't. There's a lot of negatives there, but we want to keep doing it. So your rights, they're going to have to continue to suck salt for a while. But we're not going to do the obvious public safeguard body-worn cameras, because heavens forbid things are on the camera footage that we don't want you to see. How are we going to ensure that you can't see it? That's the implication of your policy decisions and public statements on the matter. Because we can't deal with crime with ordinary measures, we don't know how. So we have to do things like have the restriction of your rights and ensure that it's not recorded so no one can second guess whatever it is that we're doing. Nothing bad could possibly happen. Nothing could go wrong in this situation. Not one thing. Nope. Nada. It's fine. It's all fine here. Nothing to see. It's all good. It really is a matter of communication. That's what it really comes down to. States that among crime-affected constituencies, Central Trinidad might be number one. There was a time when bodies were dropping daily in Lavantil. When's the last time you heard of that? That's because of effective ZOSO operations being used for the last 10 years. Now we're seeking to have it clothed with the responsibility of law. I guess, yeah, part of the argument he's making is, hey, we were doing things kind of like this, but we want to give it the cover of law. I find that's an interesting thing to say. I find that's a very interesting thing to say. I wonder if that was a little bit too much of a Freudian slip there. Because what you're saying is, we didn't really have the cover of law, so we were utilizing measures that weren't necessarily potentially legal. Stage took issue with what he said was the social media chorus, where people seem to have a problem with punishment, and this thing about if a $20,000 fine is imposed, I might have to wait another salary or two. The court allows extensions of time to pay fines. Yeah, I'm pretty sure most people, it's going to take more than a month or two to pay $20,000. I wonder if that also was a Freudian slip. Maybe with your salary, maybe with your earnings, it might take a month or two. But for a lot of people, if they go homeless and starve to death because they're putting their entire paycheck to pay this off, it might still take more than 3 months. Now, if they could only pay what they could afford after paying for food, shelter, clothing, after paying for whatever it is they have to pay if they have kids, and whatever other responsibilities they might have, it might take over a year, potentially as much as 2 years or 3 years. And that also means that during that time, their disposable income or their extra income by which they could either deal with emergencies, like medical emergencies, like their old car conk out, but they need a car because how are they going to go to work and pick up their child and drive their child along to do whatever it is the child is trying to do to further develop themselves, to improve themselves, to help train themselves to become a productive member of society. Hey, I have all these requirements. I don't have time necessarily. It's not always practical to travel with a family of young children and trying to go to the grocery, and trying to get them here, there, and everywhere, and trying to potentially, with certain traffic patterns, get to work on time. But now I can't afford to fix my car because of this arbitrary, Minister Sage said $20,000. Or what if something happens, a tree falls on your roof, but my disposable income is trying to pay off your fine because you couldn't find the money, so you're taking the money from me. And now I don't have a roof over my child's head because that's the area where the tree fell. Now there's rain coming through there whenever it rains. The elements are coming through whenever it's there. A stray cat came through, a stray lizard came through, whatever. Now I have structural damage to my house. It's not just the roof. Now the repairs are going to be expensive. I don't have the extra income anymore. Because for somebody who could pay it off in 2 months, he thought it's okay for everybody else. Could have been a Freudian slip. Cordons of areas don't mean one can't leave the cordon. We don't know. You didn't define it. We haven't defined what it is. We haven't seen anything with a definition of what it means. Don't describe it or utilize language that implies this should be obvious. Why is it that you don't know the thing that we didn't tell you? But he goes on to say, but there's the discretion of the officers in charge, and of course you'll be searched. The issue for me is not the search part, right? It is what it is. Don't be carrying excess amount of weed or things you shouldn't be carrying in public. Generally, that's a good rule to live by. But the whole thing about discretion. How many members of the population has the trust and confidence in the discretion of all police officers? I'm sure you have interacted with police officers who you have trust in their discretion. You have confidence in their judgment, that they can exercise discretion. But with that said, how many of you have confidence in all of the police officers? Because you're not guaranteed to interact with an officer with discretion. Or the minister is guaranteed to receive discretion. All of the ministers are guaranteed to receive discretion. All of them. They don't live the life that we live. So to what extent, again, is this also a Freudian slip? Where do you really see it from how the population sees it? Are you really understanding the concerns as to how some of the members of the population have certain concerns? And now there's a situation with breach of curfew, right? A debate about why is the fine $50,000. The law association says that's too high, that's disproportionate. He's saying, well, first of all, the court could sentence whatever it could sentence. But then he said, well, the fine needs to be high because gang leaders could pay it. Gang leaders who make money from drugs, human trafficking, prostitution, extortion, how do you expect to deter them if the fine is $5,000? But it's not only gang leaders who potentially are going to try and breach a curfew. Have you not seen Trinidad in a pandemic? So, I don't know. I'm not really confident in the language displayed on the piloting of this thing. It's not that it can't work. It's not that it can't work. But going back to the Prime Minister. And somebody brought this up because it's reported that late last night she issued a strongly worded statement. On some level, we might actually reach a point where there will be a legitimate concern that she's incapacitated and somebody is doing all kind of nonsense in her name. Or even if we see her intermittently, when we don't see her, I won't be surprised if a conspiracy theory starts to happen where some people might think, well, certain messages aren't really her. But anyway, she apparently lashed out at opponents of the bill, describing them currently in the Senate. So I'm not sure if she's speaking about the senators who oppose it or just everyone in general, describing opponents of the bill as weak men and women whose interventions appeared focused on protecting criminals and gang members. I wonder if that was ever said about the UNC in opposition. Moving on, over the past few days, quote, during a commentary on zones of special operations bill, the country saw a parade of weak men and women opposing the bill and whose only goal appears to be the defense of violent criminals. She accused the People's National Movement and what she described as pseudo-independent groups of suddenly displaying concern for criminals while remaining silent on the suffering of crime victims. No, I'm think I'm pretty consistent of this, no matter who's in charge, on ensuring that certain standards always be kept. Certain safeguards always be kept. Certain checks and balances on the criminal justice system always be kept. Certain minimums always be kept. Certain rights be protected and not be suspended in any sort of cheap manner. Regardless, principles are principles when you could apply them across the board, not just out of convenience do you withdraw them because it doesn't suit you at whatever time period, in whatever situation, or rights for me but not for thee. That's not a principle, that's an ideology. They say nothing about the crime. Well, to be fair, your government doesn't really have that much to say about the crime either. I mean, you all didn't even come up with the whole strategy of state of emergency first. The PNM did that, December 30th, 2024. They say nothing about the crime, robberies, rapes, murders, and brutal home invasions that have plagued the country for the past decade. Well, I've said a lot about it. I've called out the lack of accountability in various aspects of the national security apparatus that allows the guns and drugs to come in through illegal ports of entry, and then pointed out the hypocrisy of the then government defending the Coast Guard's lack of efforts by stating the fact that somehow we should take confidence, we should get hope, we should get some joy in the fact that no, a lot of the guns and drugs are coming through our legal ports of entry, therefore customs and other systems upon which our legal ports should be secured. No, those were what were failing us, not the Coast Guard. That should give us, some relief. They don't see you being forced out of your homes by gangsters. They don't see your children under self-imposed curfew in hotspot areas. No, we see all that. I mean, Dr. Atz, I believe some of the things that she said basically pointed to that. Not so? What about defending the victims of violent crime? Okay, that's cool. Can you not get sued out of money you don't have in the process? More importantly, just explain the thing. Just work with the other people to make the thing as best as it could be. How about let's not insult people? That's a good place to start when it comes to bipartisan politics. You see, if you don't insult them, then maybe they don't insult you. But even if they insult you, then you can come back and tell us, look, I was playing nice. They insulted me. Criminals prey on fear. We instill fear into criminals. I'm not too sure about that. That murder that happened yesterday, the home invasion that happened next to your house, I'm not seeing it. The people who were detained under the state of emergencies, they have their lawyers readying. They don't seem quite as fearful as you would think. They kept trying to get their drones into even Tectron. So, your government sees you and we will always fight for law-abiding citizens. Well, let's put it this way. I am neither a member of the PNM nor a member of the opposition bench. And I have questions. And I'll go back to the professor. This is a long-term thing. It needs long-term implementation and buy-in from the other side, in part because if you are suspending the rights of citizens, the participation by the opposition helps ensures and reassures the citizens that, A, This is above board. But unilateral approaches to things like this, and then promises that this will be wrapped up before Christmas. That's a saying from World War II. That doesn't give me confidence in this situation, where the Minister of Defense, Wayne Stage, who technically, as much as he's a lawyer, and I understand him being the front man on the legal aspects of it, technically, to what extent is he an expert on crime fighting? To say that, it'll 5 years tops, everything will be solved. The entire environment that is now existing that allows or encourages or negatively influences the minds of young people to join gangs, yeah, we're not really studying that. We'll just get rid of the leaders and everything will be fine. Remember when America went into Iraq and they got Saddam, and then Iraq lived happily ever after? Oh wait, it didn't. I mean, the whole premise of my concerns with America taking action in Venezuela is if they just take Maduro out and not actually do anything else, Lord only knows what can happen. It's not just going to automatically unfold. San Fernando on the line. Caller, good morning.
Good morning, Sean.
Morning.
You know, I listened to the Prime Minister, well, the report of the Prime Minister's
statement,
utterances with respect to the independent senators. I don't understand why it is that the Prime Minister couldn't use the same time, the same energy to ask for support rather than chastise. I don't understand what these politicians really, I don't know if the power goes to their head. The Prime Minister could have used the same energy to ask the independents and bench for the support, you know, rather than chastise them or try to fearmonger them, put them on try to put them on back them in a corner. You know, this is the problem that with governance in Trinidad and Tobago. This is the problem. Now, I don't know if you looked, but if you look at the 2017 version of this of the Jamaica Zone of Special Operations bill. That's why I keep saying about politicians and lazy lord. This is, once they take out the irrelevant terms, Jamaica and those certain things, and what you call it, and things like parishes, it almost reads word for word, you know, Sean. Almost reads word for word. I don't know why it is that they do these things. Tailor make something, you look at something and then you look at it and then you tailor make it for us. The other thing is, in the Jamaica bill, the initial time for period of a zone when the Prime Minister declares a zone was 60 days, not 6 months in our instance here. I see this as just an extension. To, as I said, I would allow it. I would give them the benefit of the doubt, but it just seems to be unraveling before it gets it is put into force.
But
no, not enough of saying about that. Let me say, I want to say something about the.
Hold on,
you have repeated this. Sorry.
I just want to add two things what you said. First, if they're copy and paste in Jamaica, it's interesting that potentially they're not implementing it like Jamaica, according to Professor Clayton. Because he said he advised Jamaica, he said it needs decades-long implementation. They're trying to sell it as though, it's 2 to 3 years, 5 years tops. And he's saying, no, it's not going to solve the problem that fast. This is not that kind of measure. It's not going to solve the problem that fast. So it's interesting that they're copying Jamaica's homework, but they're trying to use it in a way that apparently it wasn't intended for, right? And the other thing is this, go back to what you said yesterday about a different topic, right? Where she was rah-rah to another group of people. Maybe there's some kind of hidden agenda that we don't know. And I'm wondering...
And that is...
Go ahead.
That's the danger.
Mm-hmm.
That is the danger. Now, I want to go back to Paula Weeks. A lot of people have said a lot of things about that president. I want to say this about the presidency and the president of Trinidad and Tobago and Paula Weeks in that particular instance with Blissy Prasad and the merit list.
Mm-hmm.
When Anthony Carmona said, the power you think I have, I don't.
Mm-hmm.
And the power you do think I have, I do. The president is the last stopgap measure in the Constitution. That's what the president is. The last stopgap measure to protect the country, to protect the citizens, to protect the Constitution. Therefore, that is why you can't prosecute the president for actions that the president takes. And in this instance with that merit list, even though it is not written in the Constitution where the president can give back the list or call somebody to and give them back and say go and look at this again. The president has the power to do that. And I think in the instance of what's her name, of Paula Weeks, people seem to think that Paula Weeks did not have. If you look at Paula Weeks' record, Paula Weeks is one of the most upstanding citizens that in this country, and for people to drag her through the mud, and this is not somebody I know. I don't know Paula Weeks personally, but her integrity, I understood that she had information that we didn't have, and she thought it best to say, you all need to look at this again. And for that, I gave her the benefit of the doubt. And a lot of people did not understand the power of the president and the reason why they put it in the Constitution. The president is the last stopgap measure to protect the Constitution, protect the citizens, and protect the country. Have a good day, Sean.
Thanks, caller. Well, forgive me. As you would expect, I would disagree with that. There's a couple of things. One, why did the Prime Minister apparently try to hide his involvement or his presence in the situation? Two, the Service Commission, the Police Service Commission collapsed more or less, whether directly or indirectly, because of it. Three, it seemed as though she was on a separate issue saying, well, I can't do a thing because the law doesn't say that I could do it. And then on this issue, her actions is basically implying, well, I can't do a thing because the law does not say that I can't do it. And I wonder if that's basically trying to justify things at two ends of the argument at the same time, right? And that was, I believe, to kind of, I could be kind of stating it clumsily, but that was Karen's point on the matter. Four, from what I've heard, and also some of the things I've seen with regards to her public execution of her role as the president, it does not lead me to the same conclusion with regards to her personal character and professionalism as what you have. I'm sorry, some of the things are anecdotal and hearsay, and I try not to let it really affect my judgment, but it will, in a sense, kind of negate your sentiments. I don't necessarily say, well, I think she's bad, so this has to be bad. No, I think the situation is bad. And anyone that says, no, well, it can't be bad because she's a good person, I'm like, well, I haven't necessarily heard that from everybody that speaks about her. So, and here's the thing. Was she protecting the country? Was it necessary for her to do that? Because at the end of the day, what did they prevent by sending back the merit list? Well, unless there was some other name that we don't know that was way beyond the pale, they wanted to prevent, this is the going theory, that has not been corrected, so forgive me if this is wrong, and again, if there was some other name, all right, then I'm wrong. But from as I figure it, they didn't want Gary Griffith's candidacy to reach the parliamentary debates. So we need to send the list back and say, take Gary off the list. And what happened? What happened to prove that this entire exercise was unnecessary and one of the reasons why this situation annoys me to no end. The Police Service Commission collapsed. They had to reconstitute the Police Service Commission. They had to redo the merit list. They had to put Gary on that list. They had to send it to Parliament. When they did whatever they did, they selected somebody besides him anyway. Because they could not justify to the public why they weren't going to select him. So the Prime Minister, because he denied it initially, until eventually he said I was there, but he denied it initially, basically, I don't know to what extent he was a part of it, was a privy to it, but he was present. So the assumption is, because I believe he went, gave the Prime Minister information, and then the President information, and then the President gave it back to Bliss Superstar, or told Bliss Superstar, no, take it back, I can't take it. Because I got information from the Prime Minister. We don't know the veracity of said information with regards to that decision. We don't know procedurally how correct or above board that was, because the Prime Minister is not supposed to be involved in the process at that point at all. His presence alone potentially contaminated the process. So forgive me for not sharing that opinion, because that whole situation ended up being a mess. It is to some extent results-based analysis, but when it comes to governance, it's one of those things where it's kind of hard to not go into results-based analysis. That being said, the presidency of any former British colony, of any former colony that becomes a republic, is not as effective as an independent tool, as a check on the system, as a final check, as you put it. You are correct in that I believe that is the intention. The intention is that because the monarchy carries out that function in the United Kingdom. The difference is they are not appointed by politicians, therefore their stated and practiced independence is more deeply ingrained into the system of the monarchy itself and enforced by the actions and utterances or lack thereof by the monarchs. We cannot assume or say the same of any president, because unfortunately it all comes back down to somebody had to appoint them. And how, listen, how do you select that? Unless they are directly elected, or the people who selects them is directly elected, it's going to come down to some kind of appointment situation that is going to be a chink in the armor of independence. But because the monarchy carries out that function of being a check, the thought is, well, we put someone there. We don't have a monarch, so we appoint someone to carry out that role. But it's the appoint. Because, okay, the Prime Minister should appoint. We should have an independent commission to appoint. All right, who selects the people on that commission? And then, okay, we'll get another commission to appoint that commission. Who selects the people on that commission? The opposition can't do it. That doesn't necessarily make sense. Not because there's anything necessarily unethical with the people in the opposition, but because the country did not select them. So how is it that they could be then say, oh, but we could select the president? But if the government selects the president, so there is a flaw in our system. That's why constitutional reform, I think, is very important. It's very important. Because the checks and balances, as we have it, it does not work quite the same way, because our circumstances are not the same as the United Kingdom. It's not even the same as Canada. And let's not forget, Canada's head of state is still the monarch. So again, we copied someone else's homework, but we implemented it in a different way. We should not be surprised that there are certain aspects that ain't gonna work out. But I do agree with you with what you said in that is what it's supposed to be. That is what it's supposed to be. And it's not that I don't have faith in the individuals that get appointed. It's that the system is inherently flawed, and unfortunately, the Prime Minister, while I disagree with her criticisms of the independent bench, the systemic flaw does give her a window to some extent to do so. It is not completely out of left field. Because I admitted it at the top of the show, I do it as well. I have those suspicions as well. The only difference is I am not the political opponent of whatever stance they take. So I don't have that level of stake, that level of incentive. I'm not a party to the proceedings. So perhaps, maybe, my criticisms are a bit more objective than the Prime Minister's. But even then, ultimately, that's not up for me to decide if I am acting objectively or not. I can only try to be, that's up for you to decide. The system has an inherent flaw. I don't like you. It would have been better served if the Prime Minister negotiated. Try to negotiate with the independent senators, because if you do that until the time they vote, if they go against you, then you could say, ladies and gentlemen, citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, brothers and sisters, as you saw, I did my part. But that's not what she did. She was combative with them before the vote. So now, is anyone going to expect them not to vote with the government? Maybe she's just trying to head off a political defeat before it happens, to kind of line up the ducks in a row, to point her the blame game once again. But if that's what the point of this whole thing is, that is somewhat disappointing. And then again, you have to ask, is this the Prime Minister's actual stance? Or is this someone speaking for her? Now, that is somewhat speculative, and I'm not saying definitively that's the case, but the longer this goes on, the more that question will probably grow. It's an interesting time we live in. I rather live in boring times. I rather live in boring times. But boring times cause people to become complacent. And that complacency causes people to underestimate situations, overestimate themselves, and then it brings forth interesting times. But I rather boring times. Thanks, Mr. San Fernando, for calling in. Folks, I had a lot to say. I got it off my chest. I hope crime stays down. There's no guarantee that it is, and that frightens me. Until we meet again, stay safe. Remember your allegiance to the Republic and to each other. Be nice to your political opponents. Slow down on the roads, not because of the fines, but because I hope that we all see each other tomorrow. Bye-bye.
WESN